Well, that's until I'm going to...
You want more exciting music?
Good morning, ladies. How are we feeling? Oh, really? Did somebody get first night fever and go out a bit late last night and not get enough sleep for day 2? Knew it'd come from up there somewhere. We have an enormous day for you today. And I did realise yesterday, come on in, come and find your seats. I jumped up and made you dance before I properly told you who I was. Now you're probably thinking, that crazy lady's going to make me move again, which I probably will, just so you know. And I have the enormous pleasure of being your MC for day 2 of this incredible summit that we are all experiencing together. Come on in, ladies, take your seats. My name is Carla McGrath. I am a proud Torres Strait Islander woman, born and raised on the mainland and now living on Quandamooka country, Minjerribah. Big shout out if any of those places mean anything to you. Awesome. So I'm an islander, not living on my own island, but loving living surrounded by salt water every day. I'm an independent consultant. Some of you might have seen me up here with Michelle. We run a wonderful business together. And in my spare time, like all of you, I sit on a whole range of other bits and pieces. But the bit that I love to do, I was in the youth forum the other day and they said, you know, who are you, where are you from, who's your mob, and what makes you deadly? And I'm old and my brain doesn't work as quickly as the young people in the room, so I said something, I can't even remember what I bloody said. But what actually does make me deadly is I love creating and convening spaces, particularly for our First Nations mob and particularly for our women. So you can imagine that right now I am in absolute heaven being able to spend all of this amazing time with all of you, and particularly to be hearing from so many of you. And the program today is, I am telling you, jam-packed full of women's voices. And we're going to kick that off really soon. But before we do, let me ask you, who did their homework yesterday at morning tea and went and met 3 people they didn't already know? Don't lie to me, I can tell. I can see it on your faces. That's good. That's good. I would love it if more of you could do that. Put your hand up, actually put both hands in the air if you just don't care. If once again today you are sitting next to people that you already knew before you got here. Well. What I would like you to do is at the very least, at the most, I would like you to move. At the very least, I would like you to look around you, find somebody that you haven't met yet, introduce yourself to that person, and share with them 3 words to describe how you're feeling about this summit so far. All right, so find somebody you don't already know, turn around, maybe move, shuffle up a couple of seats, introduce, and 3 words. Once you've done that with one person, Find another person you don't know. If I'm looking at you and you're not talking to someone, there's something wrong. Find someone else. Introduce yourself. Share your 3 words. All right. Wave your hands for me if you met more than one new person in the last minute. Wave your hands for me if you met only one person in the last minute. All right, one's better than nothing. Who would like to share with me, with us, with this room full of amazing women, the 3 words that their newfound friend shared with them? Anyone at all? What were your 3 words? Up there, go for it. Energised, inspired and humble. Who else feels that way? Fantastic. What about over here? Someone give me 3 words. Yay! Educational, compassionate and uplifted. Who else feels that way? Over here. Someone, anyone. Biggest voice for that one word too. Cold! We know you from up north just like me, eh? Yeah, I know. You wake up in the morning and look at that app. Feels like minus... No. Why? Well, we have an incredible lineup to warm us up today. We are waiting for our first amazing speaker to arrive. While we're doing that, I would just like to remind you, if you haven't already, to please download the app, and that is where the most updated information about the program will be. I also want to take the opportunity to flag with you that this booklet here was in your packs that you picked up yesterday, in your amazing, very well-stocked goodie bags. And this is the framework and action plan document. We will be looking at this later this afternoon. So if you haven't had a chance to read through this yet already, please do before the session a little bit later on today. All right. Who did have a chance to go into the app and feed in their questions after their concurrent sessions? Anybody had a chance to do that yet? No, great. Well, I do encourage you to take the time to do that. We are, as you will know, capturing this amazingness in many different forms, and through the app is just one way. We've got scribes in all of the rooms to make sure that just everything that is oozing out of you, all of that inspiration, is being beautifully captured and shared. So, how are we all feeling now? Yeah, good? Okay. How are we feeling about learning a little bit more about each other? Spot the introvert in the room. I just want to give us a chance on maths. You don't have to talk to anybody else sitting next to you, not for now, but I would like to see you come back and sit next to somebody else when you get back in. But just to learn a little bit about each other generally, who here likes music? Who here liked the music we played yesterday? Who wants to get up and dance? Oh, that's good. I wasn't expecting that. So let's do a little test then. What should we play the next time we get up and dance? So this will give... Hey, ooh, whoa. So there's some Barker, there's some Treaty. Who loves country? Who loves R&B? You just saying yes to everything? Who loves a little bit of pop music? Old school? Ooh, okay, this is good. This is good. My playlist is going to get an absolute workout. What I want you to do now is anybody that's coming in that you don't recognise, call them over to sit with you. Good. No, I'm not kidding. Go on. Give them a shout. Come here. What was that? Having a think about the music that you like next now that we've got that in your heads. Just share your favourite ever song. Have a think for a moment. What is that song that you put on right before you're going to get all dressed up and go out and party all night to pump yourself up? What is your pump up song? Tell the person next to you what your pump up song is. All right, who wants to share theirs? What's your pump-up songs, ladies? We've got the best over here. Pump-up songs. Ooh, get down and get with it. Nice. You know, I'm just putting the playlist together for Thursday night, eh? What about you guys? What's your pump-up song? You what?
It's country. Country song. He thinks the tractor's sexy.
Can you sing a little bit about that for us so that we know how that goes? We have karaoke open mic night before we've even kicked off day 2 now. She thinks my tractor's sexy. Awesome. Thank you for sharing those. As I said, I have now put together my mental playlist for Thursday night, and definitely as we look forward to the rest of the day, I know exactly what to play to get at least some of you moving. We're now going to get our program for today moving, and I know that you've had a chance to have a look at the app and you've had a chance to have a look at the program, and you are as hugely excited as I am about the incredible voices, the varied voices, the experienced and wise voices, and the absolutely courageous and inspiring voices that we are going to hear from today. And I can think of absolutely no better way to kick off that huge day of listening to our women's voices than to introduce to you a woman who we all know very well. We hopefully have listened to her over the years, been inspired by her over the years. I was thinking this morning, I remember the first time I ever asked her to come and speak at an event, and it was at Sydney University many years ago at a gathering of a National Indigenous Students Conference, at a gathering of young First Nations people from across the country. And the energy in the room after she talked to us was incredible. And I know that she will bring that energy here today, and it is my incredible pleasure to welcome to the stage the Honourable Linda Burney. Make her very welcome.
Oh, it's so exciting. Thank you, Carla, for that introduction. And I'm sorry I'm not dripping in Gucci, but it's actually Sports Girl, $79, so there you go. Look, good morning, everyone. Can I, of course, begin by paying my respects to the traditional owners, and I say it in the language of the people that I'm part of, the Wiradjuri people, Balam Ambul Nanawul, and Namri and Yamara, Ndaju Yerabang Marang. And I've just said in Wiradjuri, I honour the custodianship and care of country for what must be a freezing Canberra for some of you, I am sure. Was anyone here on Sunday? 5 degrees. I spent most of it laying on the lounge watching Schitt's Creek, which I hadn't seen before, and it was very, very good. Can I also extend particularly my respect? I know that Auntie Matilda was here and welcomed you to country. I'd like to especially mention June Oscar, who is such an inspiration. I've been having the television on in my office over the last few days, and June, you've been very front and centre, so it's been fantastic. Also, Michelle, I've known for a very long time. Enormous hello to both you and June. I know that Senator Lyons has been here off and on, and she's put up on social media just how fabulous this gathering has been. And there are many significant people here today, but I know that Michaelia Cronin is here, the WA Commissioner for Children and Young People, Jacqueline McGowan-Jones, and the NT Acting Children's Commissioner, Nicole Huck. And I am sure that there are many other distinguished guests, and I'm sorry if I haven't mentioned you, but most importantly, I pay my respect to all of you. It's just amazing to be in an auditorium full of black women on a cold Canberra day. So hello to all of you. Yeah, you deserve a clap. As we were coming in, June was giving me lessons on how to say Wiyi Yani U, is it? Wiyi Yani U, and she said I don't have to say anything more than that, but Women's Voices Summit, and it is such a seminal report, and I'll speak about that in a moment. And I truly mean it, just how wonderful it is to be here. I unfortunately was at a budget dinner last night till after 11 o'clock, and I was with the Pharmacy Guild, and I tell you what, it wasn't much of a night. So, so it's just great to be here with you this morning. From the Kimberley to the Central Desert and to the Torres Strait, right across this country, you are here this morning. And we all know, don't we, just the incredibly important role that we as black women play in our communities. We are the life givers, the carers, we hold traditional knowledge, we care for country, and we hold our families together. There are more than 2,300 First Nations women's and girls that shared their story with June and contributed to this incredibly important report. And it's no secret that when it comes to the challenges facing our communities, women know the causes. Women know the answers. The strength of women coming together like we are today is about sharing knowledge, because we are the strongest when we are together. In a moment, I'm going to speak to you about the referendum to enshrine an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice to Parliament in our Constitution. But first, in the spirit of truth-telling, I want to tell you a little bit about my story. And I say this particularly to the younger women here today. Mind you, you're all young compared to me, so I really am talking to the younger women. I grew up in a little place called Witten. There are as many more people in this auditorium than there are in the town. It's a town of about 200 people. It's down in the Riverina in New South Wales. I learnt to swim in irrigation ditches and channels, and we shared the water with yabbies, freshwater mussels, leeches, and the odd red-bellied black snake. I was born at a time when a white woman having an Aboriginal baby was shocking, and doubly so if that woman was not married. And that was the story of my beginnings. I was raised by my great aunt and uncle. They were of Scottish heritage. Their names were Nina or Letitia, and my uncle was William, and we called him Billy. He was a drover and a stockhand. And I hadn't really realised, everyone, just how brave it was for my great uncle and aunt, who were in their 60s, of taking me in and raising me. It was an incredible act of courage and generosity, because I know that what happened in that small town after they did that, they paid for it. But it was their love and their kindness that gave me the solid start and the very strong values that have stayed with me for my 66 years. But in 2010, I returned to that small town. It was the 150th anniversary of the local public school. I was a New South Wales Cabinet Minister at the time. A man a little older than me, he would have been one of the big kids when I was at school, said this to me: "You know, Linda, the day you were born was the darkest day in this town's history." And I was so shocked that I actually could not respond to that sort of racism. The darkest day in this town's history. And I just thought to myself, you're sitting there in stubbies and a check shirt and thongs. I'm in a very nice dark suit. I just wonder who made the most of their life. So I thought to myself, you know, someone with my story can be the head of a government department and then a minister, the first First Nations woman in the federal cabinet, and the Minister for Indigenous Australians. Those things, I want to promise you, are not lost on me. I understand the responsibility. I was 10 years old, and many of you will also share this story, not the young ones, but I was 10 years old in 1967, and for the first decade of my life, and people like June and others, we were not counted. The Australian census didn't include Aboriginal people. The country knew how many sheep there were, but they did not know how many of us there were. But today, I am one of 6 First Nations caucus members in the federal government. Things can change. The Women's Voices project allows the voices of you, First Nations women and girls, to be heard. And I want to say that I am right behind you, along with my colleagues across the government. It has already achieved so much, influencing policy direction across portfolios and across levels of government. Your report, June, your report, Securing Our Rights, Securing Our Future, told us what matters to you. It is a much-needed blueprint for structural reform, and I'm looking forward to seeing what comes next. The outcomes of this summit and the framework for action are the next steps from what I can see. It will bring us a step closer to achieving First Nations gender equality and justice in this country, which is the springboard for better lives and outcomes for our people, all of our people. Now, we all know that as First Nations women, we are more likely to face real challenges. But I stand with you all knowing that through my own experience, how strong, determined and resilient we are, especially when we work together. To build a positive future, our people need a good start, a safe home, a strong community, and we have a lot of work to be done. There are challenges, disproportionately high rates of violence of all kinds, and especially family violence. I am not telling you anything. We have too many women in our justice system and too many women with chronic health conditions. Too many of our children are in out-of-home care. I know that you've been speaking about these things. Domestic and family violence is the main reason women and children leave their homes in Australia. And you know, it doesn't matter where you are in life. We have all had these experiences, and I am not an exception. Violence against women and children needs to be prevented by addressing the underlying issues. And finally, we are talking about intergenerational trauma. The government's national plan to end violence against women and children is a strong foundation for change. And that is why the first ever Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander action plan underpinning the national plan is a major milestone. And people like June and Marcia and Hannah and others have played such an important role in making sure that that is going to happen. It will be delivered in partnership with community-controlled organisations and across government. The total funding of $194 million over 5 years is what's been allocated, starting with early intervention and recovery programs that will be community-led, place-based, trauma-aware and culturally responsive. And that's amazing. We've also committed $11.4 million to begin the work of developing a standalone First Nations women family safety plan. We know the shocking statistics on justice issues in this country. There are about 3,500 of our women in jail today, and around 90% of these women have experienced trauma, including family violence. First Nation women are imprisoned at rates of 20 times more than non-Indigenous women, and that number, my friends, is growing. First Nations people are twice as likely to die in custody, and it's a story you know well. But we are going to turn this around. We are committed to justice reinvestment, to keep more women out of prison in the first place. But not all the statistics are harrowing. And one of the really important parts of this conference is that we recognise where there is joy to be had. We know that things are changing in the education space, ensuring all children have access to quality education, no matter what life sets them up for. A good education can be life-changing. It's the first step towards empowerment, and for First Nations women, we are doing really well in this area. Our participation and success in vocational education and training courses and commencing a university has never been stronger. More than 69% of First Nations students starting university in 2021 were women. This is incredible. Let's keep the momentum going. Women and girls need accessible, realistic pathways to employment, because employment means empowerment. And of course, more First Nations women and girls in work and leadership roles means more role models for families and communities. Most First Nations women leaders and role models also means their voices being heard at decision-making tables, and your voices are being heard. Having Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voices at the decision-making table is fundamental to achieving better outcomes, and I can assure you we recognise that. As you would be aware, it was budget night last night, like I told you, and it will keep making a difference in people's lives. I won't go through it line by line, but I just want to say, in the broad terms, it was a fantastic budget for women. Expanding the eligibility of parenting payments to single parents up and with children not up to the age of 7, but to the age of 14. Increasing the maximum payment, it is great. Increasing the maximum payment rate of Commonwealth rent assistance by 15%, and also increasing job seeker by $40 a fortnight across the board. In terms of women's economic equality, backing a 15% increase to minimum wages for aged care workers, where over 85% of those workers are women, perhaps some of you in this room. It also builds on our $1.7 billion investment to end violence against women. I've gone through the figures for that, but in terms of the budget measures for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, there is additional $424 million to close the gap, $20 million to support regional voices, and the first phase of $250 million for Central Australia. I'll just tell you a quick story. I was in Alice Springs last week, and this is just an example of how you do business differently. We had a big leadership group meeting on I think it was a Saturday morning, and I said there's $50 million for this, there's $40 million for that, but you've got to tell me how to spend it. And people were just stunned. What, we tell you? And I said, well, you live here, I don't. And making decisions in that house up on the hill ain't going to cut it at the local level. Okay, can I finish up by saying a few things? And I know that you're going to have a session on this for the referendum later this year. Now, what I can tell you is it's definitely going to happen. And what I can tell you, it will not be in September. Apparently there's a few football grand finals. And it'll be either October or November, but we've got to make sure that we are conscious of the wet season starting in the northern parts of Australia. So all of those considerations are being made. The commitment is not just for the Voice everyone, but I want to make it really clear. It is for the implementation of the Uluru Statement in full. Voice, treaty, truth. And you know what? Entrenching a voice and giving it the protection of the Constitution means that politicians can't muck around with it. If it was just legislation, politicians can change it, we can stop it. We just got to think about ATSEC, where it was legislation. The difference with this, it is a referendum where each and every one of you will have a say on whether or not we put a voice into the Constitution with its own chapter. It will change things. It will work alongside existing organisations. But referendums don't come around very often. This is our one shot in the locker chance of incredible structural reform and I think unity for this country. Truth will be told. It has to be. And I want to really encourage you to think about the referendum. There is no recognition of our people in the Constitution. 65,000 years and no recognition. This will give us recognition in the big law book of this country, the Constitution. There are many amazing women that have worked on this, including June, Marcia Langton, Sally Scales, Pat Turner, Hannah McGlade, Geraldine Atkinson, Jackie Huggins, and many, many others, for example, Megan Davis and Pat Anderson. Women have been at the table of designing and getting us to this point. And I am determined with the makeup of the Voice, and I want to share this with you. One of the principles of the Voice is gender parity. There will be the same number of women as men on the National Voice if we are successful. And the voices of young people will be heard. These are design principles for the Voice. The principles also say the Voice will be community-led, inclusive, culturally informed and respectful. Now, I've been in politics a long time. Some people might say a bit too long, but anyway. Since 2003, I know how it rocks and rolls. But I genuinely believe that we as Australians, we as First Nations people, are on the cusp of something truly momentous. How often do we get the chance to put our shoulder to the wheel of history and move it? Not very often. But we do have this chance. The Voice will also make practical differences to many of the issues that I've spoken about today. In closing, can I say this? Throughout this summit, you'll learn a lot from each other, and I know that you are inspiring each other. But I think the most important thing you can bring to the table is your story and your truth. Your life experience is your superpower. Own it, share it, and understand that the wisdom that it brings to the world is unique and valuable. Walk with courage, and by helping each other see who we are and where we come from, you help all of us to understand the world a little better. What you say will be heard. It will deliver a better, brighter future for our people and for our women and girls in particular. And later this year, you will have a chance to change the Constitution through a voice that will give our women an equal seat at the table and build a better, stronger future together. For us women, for all First Nations people, and the entire country, we will build. Thank you.
Told you she'd bring some energy, didn't I? When we think about stories and courage in the way that Linda has just talked about, we certainly see that reflected in her own journey and the way that she's brought herself to the amazing work that she's done. Please join me again in thanking Linda for spending some time with us this morning. It's not an easy thing to get a pass out of Parliament for the morning, and we're really grateful you were able to do that. We've got the great pleasure of having people physically with us sharing their stories. There are also some women who couldn't be here but wanted to share some messages with us too. One of those people is the Honourable Nanaya Mahuta, Minister of Foreign Affairs over the ditch in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And we'll just play a message from her now.
He honore, he kroria, he mai ngā rongo ki te mata o te whenua, he whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa pai mariri. Thank you, all of the organisers of the Wiyi Yani U Thangani National Summit, for the invitation to join you today. While I can't be there in person, like our ancestors, I'm sending my support from Aotearoa, New Zealand, across the Great Sea of Kiwa. Can I acknowledge the Nunawai people, traditional custodians of the lands where the summit is being held, and all of the First Nations people in Te Whenua Moemoeā, Australia, on whose land we gather. We are the change. Our rights, our place, our future is the theme of the conference, and it's about the role of women and how we gather to create change for our whānau, our families, our communities and workplaces, no matter where we reside. We all have a story, and mine is like many of you perhaps, where the strongest role models were those influences in my household, my whānau, my family and my community. I belong to Waikato Maniapoto on my father's side and Ngāpuhi on my mother's side. I've learnt so much from their service, contribution and leadership, and that's the reason why I continue to serve as a politician with some 25 years of parliamentary experience. During this time, I've grown as a woman, become a mother and an auntie, and now a nana. And it has made me even more aware of how important women's voices are and how they contribute to shape the way that our society continues to grow, learn and evolve. During my time in Parliament, I've supported policies and initiatives that built the capacity of communities, especially social service organisations. Greater investment in education, employment and training, especially for young people and women. Opportunities particularly for our rangatahi. As I say, our young people have been so close to my heart. I've supported the continuation of the Treaty of Waitangi settlements, which are our equivalent of truth and reconciliation, in the hope that the historical wrongs of the past can be rectified in order to move forward. In 2020, I became the first woman to hold the Foreign Affairs portfolio. I'm now the Minister of Disarmament and Arms Control and Associate Minister for Māori Development. None of the progress I've made has been straightforward or easy, but I've had solid support from within my tribe, community, whānau, and that's continued to strengthen the way in which I approach politics, but also the change required in my mind to make a difference. It's also enabled me to be more confident in the perspective that I hold and bring that voice forward to the roles and responsibilities that I now currently have. For example, New Zealand's independent foreign policy conveys first and foremost our interests, and growingly the reality of our relationship with the Pacific, the fact that we want to remain nuclear free, and our attempt to introduce Indigenous values and recognise that climate change is the significant threat for our region. Our journey as a nation has not been straightforward as we seek to give life to our founding document Te Tiriti o Waitangi and how principles guide our approach to nation building. We're on a journey and it's not been without challenge. In our context, inclusion of Māori values and interests means recognition of the treaty in all aspects of our society, underpinning social cohesion. These values can help shape the independent nature of our foreign policy, which would better inform what we stand for and how we would protect or advance those interests for everybody. I believe that Aotearoa New Zealand's foreign policy can benefit from drawing on values from the Māori worldview, many of which may be familiar or similar to other Indigenous values, an intergenerational perspective that locates our sense of well-being to our environment and each other. A te ao Māori worldview means we value whanaungatanga, our connectedness and relationship to others. Mahitahi and kotahitanga, working together towards a common purpose, shared objectives and solidarity. Kaitiakitanga, the way we think about the environment, our stewardship role and intergenerational well-being connected to environmental outcomes. Manaakitanga, kindness, care, the spirit of reciprocity and in many ways our common sense of humanity. These values emphasise meaning, mutual, enduring relationships where mana and sovereignty are respected. They can apply equally to relationships between individuals and peoples as between countries and governments large and small. The way we protect our interests and values matter in international relations and foreign policy because it helps to define the world we want to see and are working towards. Being able to define this clearly positions us more powerfully internationally, particularly at a time when the international rules and norms are being challenged and disinformation continues to rise. But just as our ancestors navigated the oceans by using the stars, values are critical aids for navigating strategic challenges. For example, there will be times when we need to speak out, but we should do so respectfully, predictably and consistently, no matter who we're sitting across the table from. Ultimately, our values are about prioritising people and relationships, the importance of working together to address shared challenges, and the importance of protecting interests of future generations. Our children expect us to do better, do more, and think about them as we make our decisions. While we're seeing more of our Indigenous values reflected in our foreign policy, there are also calls for greater representation of our Indigenous people on the international stage and in the making of our international agreements. In my mind, Indigenous perspectives count and bring unique value in all sorts of ways. As women, our voices are powerful. We are the nurturers, mothers and grandmothers. We hold cultural and historical memory, and that is passed down through generations. There is no doubting the importance of having Indigenous women in positions of power and influence in a domestic and global sense. As an Indigenous Foreign Minister, I can use my voice, and I do this by supporting and raising the Indigenous voices in our wider Indo-Pacific region. I want to recognise all of the wahine toa in the audience today and beyond who are leading programs and initiatives to address societal issues and inequalities. It's not easy work. And actually, we've got a long way to go, but it is so important. To address some of those issues, in Aotearoa, New Zealand, we work both at a domestic level and at an international level on Indigenous and gender issues, where we place importance on ensuring Indigenous voices are heard and represented in these contexts. The rights of Indigenous peoples are a priority under our Aotearoa New Zealand's Human Rights Strategic Action Plan for International Cooperation 2021 to 2025. Our Gender Action Plan considers women's rights and empowerment in the context of intersecting issues of inequality, indigeneity, disability and gender in all its diversity. Barriers to the full participation of women and girls are amplified by discrimination based on indigeneity and impact severely on their development. It's important for me that women are at the decision-making table on foreign policy. Actually, a friend of mine said, if you're not around the decision-making table, you're on the menu. And I seem to agree with her. It means full and inclusive participation in all levels of peace and security, seeing women not just as victims, as they have been in the past, but as active agents of peace. When Aotearoa New Zealand work towards a new agreement, such as free trade agreement, Māori views and objectives are extremely important, but so are women's voices. It's crucial that we have a significant and meaningful consultation period where we ensure that any concerns are resolved to get agreements that are beneficial for all, and by that I mean all. Aotearoa New Zealand supports enhanced participation of Indigenous peoples in development processes globally. Indigenous peoples bring perspectives and models that can contribute to the well-being and human rights of all people. As our closest neighbour, I want to recognise the work you're doing. You have the Voice to Parliament referendum coming up this year. Aotearoa New Zealand waits with interest to see the outcome of this process, and we always want to lift our engagement with our Australian First Nations sisters, and we're glad to have our Indigenous collaboration agreement. Our ICA seeks to deepen cultural and people-to-people relationships amongst First Nations, Australians and Māori communities, business and organisations to provide a mechanism for collaboration and consultation on areas of mutual interest, as well as enable sharing of information between our governments and Indigenous peoples. This will inform the type of development policies that can improve the well-being of our communities. Through the ICA, we also have the ability of our governments to enable greater direct cooperation between First Nations and Māori people. Having this arrangement in place will only help to engage with us being able to improve our relationship, but also leverage our opportunity going forward together. Indigenous reconciliation efforts, as we all know, are complex and lifelong. It's a huge process that Australia and New Zealand are currently undertaking, and by no means easy. But what we want to do is seek equity and opportunities for Indigenous people and women, because we know that when reconciliation occurs, we can look towards the future. From the 2020 report, it's clear that Māori and First Nations Australians have experienced many of the same struggles. As Indigenous peoples, we've both had to overcome societal and systemic issues, which are only amplified for those who identify as female. We're presented with opportunities that exist for Australian First Nations women to work with New Zealand communities and individuals, and I hope we continue to strengthen that opportunity. I want to acknowledge the work of our agencies, the National Indigenous Australians Agency and Te Puni Kōkiri, in progressing Indigenous cultural and economic cooperation to ultimately achieve better outcomes for Māori and First Nations people in Australia. We can learn a lot from each other. Our unique histories and shared aspirations mean we should continue to strengthen our relationships at all levels as sisters. The ICA presents a range of opportunities to share our experiences and lessons with each other and to ensure Indigenous perspectives are included in creating better futures for both our nations. Our future is brighter when we work together. Can I end with an inspirational quote from one of my female ancestors, Te Puia Hirangi, when she said, "E te ohunga ake o tōku moemoea, ko te pua waitanga o te whakaro. Mena ka moemoea a hau ko au anaki, mena ka moemoea tātou, ka taia e tātou." I wake from the slumber of my dreams to my deepest aspirations. But if I dream alone. If we dream together, we shall achieve. Together, by sharing our stories, insights and wisdom, we can bring forward the dreams of our mothers and grandmothers to a reality that benefits our children and grandchildren Our voice for change begins now. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. I wish you well in the summit.
I don't know about any of you. I'm not planning on being on the menu anytime soon. So let's get our seats at those tables, ladies. It's wonderful to be able to share both nationally as well as internationally in the experiences of women. We're going to continue with that theme, and it's my enormous pleasure to introduce to you now Associate Professor Hannah McGlade. A human rights lawyer, social justice advocate, and expert member of the UN Permanent Forum for Indigenous Issues. She's done an incredible amount for us over the course of her life, and we're very privileged to be able to hear from her. Please make her welcome.
Kaya, thank you for this fantastic opportunity to speak to you today. I'm so excited about it, and especially as we look at the theme of our future. And having recently returned from New York and the UN Permanent Forum for Indigenous Issues 22nd session, where Indigenous women's leadership was so predominantly heard and championed, we listened to the US Secretary of Interior, Deb Haaland, the first Native American to serve in Cabinet. Secretary Haaland is leading work on Indigenous nations and including missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and under the Not Invisible Act 2020. We also heard from Sonia Gujara, Brazil's first ever Minister for Native Peoples, a respected Indigenous activist, who spoke of the current challenges, including Indigenous rights to land in the context of the greening economy, and reminded us that the future is Indigenous. Indigenous women's leadership on the global stage was both prominent and inspirational. My intervention on the opening day of the Permanent Forum meeting highlighted the importance of nation states also respecting and supporting Indigenous women's leadership, including at the national and global level. I urged Australia to step up and match its stated commitment to Indigenous peoples with meaningful actions at the domestic level. A constitutionally protected voice, a representative Indigenous body, respectful of gender balance, is truly significant. And we also need our government to listen to the voices of Aboriginal women now, walk with us, and acting now to ensure justice for Indigenous women. I'm very heartened to hear the announcements of this budget by Minister Burney, and implore the government to ensure that Aboriginal women's community organisations which are struggling or non-existent are prioritised. This gathering of women is so important. We're all here to make our voices heard, and I congratulate and support June Oscar and her team's work and commitment to structural reforms and the Gender Justice and Equality Institute. Unfortunately, many Aboriginal women are still witnessing and experiencing discrimination in all settings. There is too little recognition of women's strengths in leadership roles. These systemic forms of discrimination must be seriously tackled as we confront the issues facing our communities: violence against women and girls, child removals, incarceration and suicide. I want to speak to you about Indigenous women's futures with a global perspective and including the role of international human rights law. In 2020, I was appointed to the UN Permanent Forum for Indigenous Issues. The forum focuses on the rights of Indigenous peoples as set out under the historic Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and gives Indigenous people a global forum to raise these issues with the states and UN agencies. In 2016, I'd been the Senior Fellow of the Office of the High Commission for Human Rights, living in Geneva, Switzerland, and working with the Indigenous Office there, and an expert report on Indigenous health and human rights, and a forthcoming visit to Australia by the Special Rapporteur on Indigenous Peoples. My pathway to human rights law was made possible by ANU, which welcomed Aboriginal people in law school in about 1990. I'd been working in Aboriginal radio in Perth. I was raised in my Noongar community and in many respects grew up fast, experiencing institutionalisation at children's homes, poverty and homelessness, sexual assault, rape before I was 16. This lived experience has informed my life's work in human rights, which is fundamentally about giving voice, supporting the voices of people who are denied voice and silenced. Growing up, sexual violence to Aboriginal women and girls was largely unspoken, even though so many women and girls endured this violence and humiliation in missions and homes across the country. I remember the Aboriginal Women's Forum, where our women leaders reminded community, stop the abuse, strong women are watching, and where violence to women and girls was denounced. My boss at the Aboriginal radio station was not happy with my interview broadcast on the women's meeting. This issue belonged privately in the family, he said, not publicly. And of course, it's just 17 years, I thoroughly disagreed, taking my cue from the strong women I'd known in my family and community. Mudich Yorgas, we called them, women who stood strong in their own power. We come from a culture called matrilineal by anthropologists, connecting to our mother's lands. I'm grateful to my mother and grandmother and my community to have also lived in culture with my family, my country, and the opportunity of higher education, forming resilience and strength. I strongly encourage any Aboriginal women and girls interested in human rights to follow their dream. It is often a difficult path. We make our own way largely with very little support. The work of human rights is often not welcome, and we as Aboriginal women, human rights defenders, can experience significant opposition to our work. I also know that Aboriginal and globally Indigenous women have played a prominent role in international Indigenous rights, and I honour them for their important work. The Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People is the first dedicated international human rights instrument for Indigenous peoples. It recognises Indigenous peoples' rights to self-determination, traditional lands, freedom from discrimination, and much more. The Declaration rights are guaranteed equally to women as they are to men, and requires special attention is paid to the rights of Aboriginal women. The Declaration was adopted by the UN General Assembly in 2007 and initially opposed by the Australian government along with Canada, US and New Zealand. However, this changed in the following years under Prime Minister Rudd, and Australia has since supported the Declaration and its standards for Aboriginal people. Importantly, Indigenous women's rights have been gaining attention under international human rights law. In 2016, I spoke with a panel of Indigenous women before the Human Rights Council. My talk detailed the denial of justice for Aboriginal women in Australia, the lack of equality for Aboriginal women as victims of violence, and the urgent need for improved policies and laws. The Australian delegation approached me after my talk, which involved the cases of murdered Aboriginal women. They appeared shocked and embarrassed. This was not the country they envisaged in their own minds, but it was the experience of Aboriginal women who know racism and violence all too well. I became determined at this meeting, hearing of the advice to Canada by the UN Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, or CEDAW, that they develop with Indigenous women a separate national action plan on violence to Indigenous women. And this was also a measure needed for Aboriginal women in Australia. The Canadian government's commitment to a commission of inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls was commendable, but they were resisting the advice of CEDAW, notwithstanding it's important for the separate national action plan. In the next 5 years, I decided that this needed to be raised with Australia. I appeared before several UN treaty bodies and UN experts to argue why we needed the separate national action plan to address violence against women, having seen a lack of federal government leadership in ending violence to Indigenous women and the complexity of the issues, including systemic racism in the justice system. All of those UN treaty bodies and experts agreed and advised the Australian government and there was a campaign in Australia by way of a petition led by Aboriginal women that resulted in the government finally agreeing to a separate action plan on violence, ending violence. I hope that the draft of this plan, now close to finalisation, is shared here at this important gathering. We in Australia now have a Senate inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, and this is very important. We must see justice for all murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. Over the years, I've assisted families of Aboriginal women who, as murder victims, were terribly failed by the justice system. At this time, I'm working with the family of Stacey Thorne, who was murdered in a West Australian country town many years ago. She was a much-loved teacher's aide and expecting her first child at the time of her murder. And the baby's father, a non-Aboriginal man who was pressuring her not to have his baby, was originally charged and convicted. This man, Scott Ostick, served 12 years in prison, but a prominent campaign in his name was successful and saw him freed from prison in recent years. He's now seeking compensation. With the family of Stacey Thorne, we petitioned the WA government for an inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls in our state, and for the release of 2 Crime Corruption Commission reports into Stacey's death, and also for a study of media treatment of Aboriginal women as victims. We were ignored by our state government, but heartened recently to learn that the Attorney-General will table the CCC reports in Parliament, which reportedly do not support Ostick's claim that he was framed by police. The Attorney-General now has to decide whether to pay $2 million compensation to him in the face of 2 Corruption Crime Commission reports which do not support his claim that he was framed. Personally, I find the idea of a non-Aboriginal man being framed by police for the murder of an Aboriginal woman fanciful and far-fetched. Certainly the evidence did not support it. Yes. And we all know here that the opposite is far more likely to be true, and that police are less likely to respond to Aboriginal women experiencing violence. This is very well documented, including by the recent ABC Four Corners program, which included the murder of a young mum in the Northern Territory. Rest in peace, Miss Curry, who called the police several times before she was killed by her partner, and yet they told her, "Stop calling us." There is so little support for the families of Aboriginal women murder victims. Last week I was told by an ABC Aboriginal woman journalist that the Northern Territory will soon be holding 4 coronial inquests into the murders of Aboriginal women, with not one family having been provided any legal representation or assistance. The Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody some 30 years ago largely highlighted the plight of Aboriginal incarcerated men, but it ignored the issues facing Indigenous women who were and are experiencing horrific violence, leading to very high rates of murder. As a result of the Royal Commission into Deaths in Custody, the federal government ensured funding in relation to legal representation for all deaths in custody matters. And as Aboriginal women's incarceration has been sharply rising over the last decade, this has included the shocking deaths of many Aboriginal women, Miss Dhu, Veronica Nelson, Miss Day, to name just a few. At the same time, if we are truly serious about ending violence to Aboriginal women, the families of murdered Aboriginal women and communities must be represented before coronial processes. These legal processes are complex and by and large are not inclusive of Aboriginal people, and further reflect systemic and structural bias in their decision making. The Australian Law Reform Commission inquiry, Pathways to Justice, in 2020 tabled in Parliament, found that Aboriginal women are treated harshly and punitively as offenders and violently as victims. In the Deathscapes research, which is now housed permanently by the National Library of Australia, we documented as a case study Indigenous femicide, a global study using Indigenous women's arts and activism to highlight the ongoing systemic violence facing Indigenous women. This violence is not accidental or random, but part of the ongoing logic of the settler state. We are one with our lands, Mother Earth, and this violence is interconnected and enacted as ecocide for capital gain. There is no doubt that the Australian Law Reform Commission advice of 2020 should be implemented urgently. Indigenous women's experiences in the criminal justice system remain harsh, punitive, biased and discriminatory. Aboriginal women are typically left with little supports in the face of unrelenting violence and abuse, and when left with no other viable option but to defend themselves and fight for their very lives, as is their right under the law of self-defence, can find themselves cast as perpetrators facing murder, manslaughter charges and incarceration. And conversely, we see Aboriginal women murdered with no justice at all from the legal system that still says our women's lives don't matter. I've advised the Australian Government to work with Canada, US and Mexico, who have joined efforts to end violence against Indigenous women. This did not happen, and notwithstanding clear evidence of the discriminatory and violent nature of the system today, we've seen calls from white feminists for more criminal laws described as coercive control laws. These laws will see Aboriginal women continue to be wrongly victimised as offenders and increasingly criminalised. We should instead address the violence inherent in laws and invest in building community safety, prevention and healing, accountability and justice. These are serious human rights violations that I'm talking about under the CEDAW and the CERD, the Convention on the Elimination of Race Discrimination. And the Government of Australia has a duty to ensure compliance with these binding international human rights treaties, notwithstanding the states have responsibilities for criminal law. Our government cannot abdicate responsibility based on federalism. Unfortunately, in my lifetime's work against violence, I haven't yet seen the genuine commitment and sustained investment into addressing systemic discrimination, prejudice and violence permeating the legal system and confronting Indigenous women at every turn. Currently, with a small team of Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal women, I'm having discussions about the need to highlight the treatment of Indigenous women before the UN CEDAW, the Committee on Discrimination Against Women, and under what's known as their optional protocol process. But we are in need of assistance, urgent need. Australia has signed the optional protocol to this convention some years ago, but Aboriginal women are not resourced and supported to use this process, which could lead to meaningful structural reform and progress in Australia. I've recently been informed that the Council on Violence Against Aboriginal Women, which we Aboriginal women also campaign for, will be disbanded soon following the release of the separate National Action Plan. This cannot happen. The level of violence confronting Aboriginal women, including murder, sexual assault, impacting our girls and blighting children's lives, requires a permanent national body to ensure it is in existence for improved government responses. And this was in fact a recommendation of Amnesty International Australia over a decade ago, who supported advice I'd given them back then. Our women's lives deserve this attention. The Australian government has for some years made very significant commitment to Indigenous business and Indigenous economic growth. However, Close the Gap findings show increasing disadvantage in several key areas: Aboriginal child removals, Aboriginal incarceration, including youth and women, and Aboriginal suicides. Government policies need reconsidering. We require a greater commitment to human rights, also supporting our women's leadership, making real change for women's lives. At the UNPF meeting recently in New York, we highlighted CEDAW General Recommendation 39 on Indigenous women and girls. This is important new law that expands on states' duties to address discrimination and human rights abuse against Indigenous women today. Our forum has decided that CEDAW 39 should be an annual standing agenda item, with states reporting on its progress. Indigenous women's human rights must continue to be realised, and we call on Australia to ensure that it's meeting its positive duties in this respect. This groundbreaking work here today and this summit are very much interwoven and interconnected with Indigenous women's work at the global level, and we are now requesting the member states, including Australia, to report on the progress of the recommendations under CEDAW Recommendation 39. This in turn supports the work of Wiyi Yani U Thangani and the Gender Justice Institute to be progressed. Once again, I thank the Human Rights Commissioner, June Oscar, and her team for their commitment to Aboriginal women's rights, and look forward to its progress, including at the international global level. As we heard recently at our meeting of the Permanent Forum in New York, the future is Indigenous, and here in Canberra our future is also very clear. The future is Indigenous women. Thank you.
I did say she had done a lot. Please join me again in thanking Hannah. I do appreciate that the content of the things that we speak about here can be really difficult, and I want us just to take a moment to turn to the person next to you and check in on them, see how they're going. Give them a hug if you're a hugger. I'm a hugger. Don't if they're not, because Michelle hates it. Just check in on those around you. Thank you for doing that. I encourage you to continue to check in with each other over the course of the day. Also reminding you that there is a wellness room and a quiet room. Should you need some space and some time, we all do sometimes. We've talked a bit about self-care, and that self-care is really important. So check in on each other and care for yourselves over the next couple of days. What I will ask you to do now before we move into the next session is just to stand up for me and do this. If you are able to stand, do this. If not, just stretch your arms. Not only are we taking up space, as we should very well be doing, we're also turning ourselves into a star, which is not just a kid's thing to do, but also to help us navigate our way through the rest of this summit together. So thank you for doing that. Take a seat. It's my huge pleasure now to continue on with this amazing program. We have 3 incredible speakers coming up in our lightning talks now. The first of which, in one of my other jobs, I have the pleasure of sitting on the board of an organisation called Black Dance, and that's where I first met this incredible young woman who is going to blow your socks off. Her name's Joella Warkle, and she is here to talk to us about our women, our wombs. Make her welcome.
Hello, everyone. I might just move this because I'm a little bit short. My name is Joella Warkle. I'm a very proud Murray and South Sea Islander woman. I was born and raised in Rockhampton, the Rumble Country, Central Queensland. But my mob are the Yidinji people from far north Queensland. Through my maternal grandfather, his mother's settled in Ayr, North Queensland, where my grandfather was born. He moved to Rocky as a kid, and that's where most of my family still is today. And my South Sea Islander families were taken from Pentecost and Ambrym Islands in Vanuatu during the blackbirding slave trade. And now I live and work on Turrbal and Yagara country, Meanjin, in Queensland. So I'll be sharing some poetry this morning, but of course before I do start, I want to acknowledge this beautiful country that I'm on today and pay my respects to the traditional custodians, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, and acknowledge the elders past and present. Always was, always will be Aboriginal land. Okay, so I've been invited to share some poetry with you all. The poems I'll be sharing today are dedicated to honouring black women, of course, the black women who came before me, and the black woman that I am today. I'm very passionate about empowering mob, and I like to use creative writing and writing poetry to do so, or educate the wider community through turning my lived experiences into poetry. I'm also about 2 months away from being my nan's first grandchild to graduate uni and doing... Thank you. And doing a double degree in creative writing and human services, and I just share that with you all because that's what makes sharing spaces such as these so special for me, where I can speak creatively and freely, but also fiercely about social justice of my people as well. It's always something I treasure. So thank you to everyone who organised this summit and invited me to come along, not only to share my poetry, but to sit in and listen as well, because that's where I learned so much. So this first poem is about the matriarchy, my matriarchy. I wrote it thinking about how the women in my family are always there, no matter what. Whether earthside or not, they're always there, giving me strength, giving me courage. The answer is always in the matriarchy. The unknown dies at their hips, fear evaporates through their lips, missing elements appear at their fingertips, and our humour started with their wits. The answer is always in the matriarchy. Any result I think I need is in the bodies of the women before me, buried beneath their breasts, waiting for me to be who I'm meant to be. Any unjustified or unknown that lay in my path is already conquered in their hearts, waiting for me to declare when my reign starts lawfully. The more my uncertainty reveals itself, the more they are sure of me. The more I disengage from their presence, the more they are calling me. Failing them isn't an option when they are built for reconstruction, and though my flaws run interference, all I need is their strength and perseverance, and before I realise I'm exactly the future that they've foreseen for them and for me. Thank you. This next poem is called Bub, and I wrote it about the way that I feel when black women call me Bub. That solidarity and love, and that safety that really comes with that, so it kind of speaks for itself. When black women call me Bub, there is a magic that appears, a warmth that commits black tricks when my bunti expands and my susus lift. There is a black and brown mist, a treasure chest of wits engraved with my name, Bub, where the panel of gold sits. When a black woman calls me Bub, there are auntie whispers that I hear. They make my spine shape-shift and my shoulders, once fiery, idly sit. When a black woman calls me Bub, I hear my footsteps loud and clear, free of shackles and free of fear. I feel a grace, a composure, an identity rising within. I feel a comfort, a joy, a love in my lips, hips, and skin. When a black woman calls me Bub, I speak with rhythm in my words. When a black woman calls me Bub, I walk with dimes in my curves. When a black woman calls me Bub, I smell rainforest in my curls. When a black woman calls me Bub, I smell ocean in my pearls. When a black woman calls me Bub, I know I am safe and loved, protected by their magic and shielded by their hugs. Because when black women call us Bub, they are reinstating what we know, that black women are all of it, the fireworks, the dinner, and the show. Thank you. Thank you. And this last poem that I'll share this morning is titled Our Women and Our Wombs, and this is actually something that I wrote inspired by you mob in the room here today and being here this week and hearing the deadly women speak that I have been so honoured to hear. And just being reminded of how powerful and great we are as a force when we band together in these spaces as well. Our women and our wombs coincide like song and dance, coincide like breast and milk, coincide like skin to skin, coincide like steps and chants. Our women and our wombs are built from within, taught and learnt from our own kin, reared and nurtured from our own limbs. Our women and our wombs have all the lessons that we need. We come born from mothers that already know how to lead. Our women and our wombs carry future seeds. Whether we birth babies or not, we are born mums and aunties. My women and their wombs returned to country when it was time to welcome a new bub. They knew no limits when it came to birthing new life, new light in ancient times, new eyes in old sights. Our women and our wombs have always worked in harmony. Our women walk with vision that stirs our intuition. It's where we first learn to listen. Ear to the sun, feet in the ground, stretched from pride and power as our bodies know no bounds. Bending, shaping, waiting to be found in the shadows of the future when we are the now. Our women and our wombs are sacred and fated, are celebrated and shaped in ways that are more nuanced than basic and cannot be left in the hands of anyone other than our makers. Our women and our wombs speak language that only we hear. We need our women and our wombs, for they are the restoration that feeds our reclamation. collectively in ways protecting what is our nation's, aching for change makers to hear our resignation of being undermined or being patient. Our women and our wombs come ready for obligations when we know what is to be done. Our women and our wombs can lead the world with bare hands. We can spark change without hesitation. Our women and our wombs are ready for repatriations. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, I told you. You trust me now when I tell you things? Did she not knock our socks off? You know that weird thing where like, yes, please, give it up for her again. You know that weird thing where you get that, it's not weird, we feel it all the time, but that swell of pride and fire, and you're like, it's not my place to be proud because she's not mine, but she is ours. And I'm just so inspired by what our women have to offer, all the golden nuggets, the jewels that we have. And we've got so much more of that today. And to continue us on that journey, I am pleased to be able to present to you, that sounds weird, Renee Barker-Mulholland, to share her insights about selfies and determination.
On everyone.
She goes, now I've got a reverse class in front of everyone.
Thank you.
Bottom, progress to the slide, the red button just got.
Okay. Can you mob hear me okay? I'm just going to take a minute to get comfortable. It's a favourite activity of mine to sit with white women as they are uncomfortable with my disability and watch me take things slowly. So, oh God, no, I do it for sport. Don't start clapping already. I'm already nervous as heck, so if you'd be nice to me, I might even cry. No. Oh, look, there I am. Look, there's my my face. Okay. Yama, everybody. Yama. My name is Renee Barker-Mulholland, or Renee Yarnold. My family name is Yarnold. And I'm a proud Biripi Dangara Yina. Before I begin my yarn, I want to respectfully acknowledge the Ngunnawal Ngambri mob for their elders and all of their kin for hosting us here. It's an incredible event. I know everyone has been saying that, but it really is something special. I extend that respect to all Indigenous people here and joining us, and acknowledge the enduring impact that colonisation has had on us globally. I also want to shout out to all the Black matriarchs across all the continents who have made it possible for us to continue life at all, who kept us alive and who nourished us. I especially wish to acknowledge the matriarchs within my own family. I never got to meet either of my grandmothers. In fact, I didn't actually see a picture of my grandmother until I was well into my 20s. Despite knowing who she was, where she lived, and that's another story. Anyway, sovereignty was never ceded, and it always was and always will be Aboriginal land. I do want to give a content warning. I'm going to be talking about miscarriage, so I'll pop that out there. I don't mind if you leave. As I said, my name's Renee. I call myself a black of all trades. Because just as our matriarchs have been doing since the beginning of time, my life, or my roles in life, encompass more than just one word. could convey. I'm a mother to 3 children, 2 of whom made it to me safely, and 1 who waits with us, with the old people. For those of you who are new to me, I am a proudly disabled woman. I don't see it as a deficit. In fact, I see it as a benefit, just like my unique blackness provides me opportunities to innovate, so does my disability. I live with physical and social disabilities as well as chronic pain. I've been told that I'm a really staunch feminist, but I'm just generally passionate, like most of us here are. And I don't know, I have this weird fire inside of me that says that everybody should have access to what they need to live a good life. So if that makes me staunch, then that's what I am. Another fundamental part of me is being creative. Whether that's photography, as you can see from my amazing selfies here that I took. I felt so powerful when I took these photos. I was somewhere with a lot of history. I had my mob with me. It was just basic things. I mean, I'm pretty sure we were eating twisties or something, like it wasn't, you know. But that's, you know, I was feeling good. So, like I said, I'm a black of all trades, so I love photography, I love writing, I love painting, designing, clothing, performing. But whatever medium I use, I'm always telling a story. And it's my story, but it's also our stories, because I like to think that we all have a commonality, and can see yourself represented at least somehow. So I'm going to tell you a story about how we navigate life with those layers of intersection and complexity, and how social media, of all things, has inadvertently given me access to creating and curating narratives around black matriarchs that I'd never had access to. As I mentioned, I'm a mum. I'm happily partnered. Oh, look, baby photo time. There's my bub. He's a bit older now, but look at him. How could you not think? And we have the privilege of what's commonly known as being homeschoolers. I'm not going to go into it, but it's one way that I find a way to determine how my family learn and engage with the world, and it works for us. Where am I up to? Okay. I actually had initially written a different piece to present here today, but something happened just before we made the trip up that made me see my current future, because I know today is all about futures, from a really different perspective. There are so many different ways to explore perspective. I'm that microphone person. I am that talented. I can make a story about my 2-minute trip to the supermarket go for 45 minutes. And at the end you'll be crying, and years later you'll be crying, but that's probably because I've talked so much about my trip to the supermarket you never want to hear about it again. So anyway, on to my story. There's my mum. Our youngest kid, Eli, they are 9 and they're proud to identify as a non-binary person. Let's get to Eli. Where's Eli? Eli there in the purple pants. On the way here, they asked me if I could make sure everybody knew that they were determined, not proud, but that's just them. They recently proclaimed, because they are disabled as well, they said to a support worker, "They don't teach me anything at home. I don't do any schoolwork at all." And my partner was horrified, of course, and was like, "Don't say that in front of the gubs, whatever you do." No. No, he's a white fella, but he knows, keep it on the low down. When the support worker then asked, "What do we do all day then?" Eli said, we just talk and play games. And it made me happy in a way that I couldn't explain. And if you've not noticed by now, I can talk a lot. So for me to be at a loss for words was quite shocking, and it made me think about what I'd hoped for in the future. And what I hope for everybody, whether that's homeschooling, whatever it is, whatever your choices are, what I hope for. And I found myself, after Eli had said that, thinking about how the future that we accept now and what we accept in our everyday lives becomes our legacy. I do have another kid. I should mention them. That's Mo. They're lovely. A little bit more shy than Eli. Almost 30 years ago now, at one of the 5 public schools that I attended, consecutively, not simultaneously, we were tasked with creating a mini biography. The final chapter had to include what we wanted our lives to look like in the future. And when I got the invitation to be here, I thought at first that maybe they were joking. I thought maybe they'd sent it to the wrong person, but then when I realised, it was actually me, I thought it'd be a great time to revisit that little biography and see what I had hoped to be when I grew up. I just spent a lot of time being annoyed at young Renee because I cut a lot of precious family photos really terribly and stuck them in this book, but they're there. And in the part about what my future looked like, this, and I quote, "I want to live in a big house in the bush with lots of kids and lots of animals, and I'm a photographer." I don't mention what the relationship to my kids are, the kids are, or who else might be involved in getting those kids. But it is quite clear that my desire to nurture and care for my kin, including the non-human ones of us. It was in this period of life that I actually was surrounded by a large community of family and friends and matriarchs. My dad has 6 sisters, so there's a lot of them, who provided amazing examples of matriarchal figures. But it seemed like 9-year-old me didn't see those examples outside my community. I remember back in the 90s, they would bundle us Indigenous kids off and take us to learn culture away from everybody else, and then come back and we'd have this knowledge. But it was never broadcast for everybody. I didn't really consume media or technology, both because we were dirt poor. I don't think we owned a CD player until 2002. We had a TV and a VCR, and we watched what my mum thought was appropriate, which was not Home and Away. I was banned from watching Home and Away because she just... she will be very happy that you said that. She's dead, but she'll be happy. And one of the women I did see on TV Indigenous women that I saw on TV was Rachel Mazza. I met her the other day at a First Nations art festival in Naarm called Yurumboy. It's on at the moment, if anyone, I think there's still a few shows after the summit is finished, so pop on down if you want to. I told her what I was coming here and what I was going to talk to you about, and thanked her for being a beacon of connection in a time where I had no connection to mob. And I also have to give a big shout out to Deb Mailman for being the only black woman on TV that had a body like mine. Yes, that deserves a round of applause. Oh, I'm going to go back. Even when I did have access to a wider range of representations of black women in media, most of the time they weren't controlled by them, they weren't determined by them, they were subjects. We're always relegated to being presented within a narrative that people want to portray, often to maintain the status quo and, be that behaviour that you accept. And that we should be quiet and just be happy to be included. For a long while though, my life was really out of control, and about 20 years ago I got some control back. I happened to move in with someone that had a computer, and I was introduced to the world of internet forums, and as terrible as they are, which the lateral violence, the bullying, the hate speech that gets thrown out on the internet is absolutely horrible. And there's something my mother used to say that I tried to remember whenever I'd get into fights online with people arguing about things. My mother would say, for those who don't believe, no proof is possible. And for those who do believe, no proof is necessary. And I kind of took that as pick your battles, and brought that forward into my future. What I did come across online was an incredible community of people, of mob from so many different places, of disabled mob who supported me, lifted me up, understood my experience in a unique way that those intersections between disability, blackness, feminist intersect. I learn about things like interconnectedness and the fancy way of saying things like interconnectedness and the deficit model and the human rights model and the medical model. But I also learned dreaming stories that I never had access to before. Because of the internet and because of social media, I saw a picture of my grandmother for the first time. I've really got to stop saying and just take a pause for a second. That face is how I'm feeling right now. No. A friend of mine recently who dubbed the phrase Sikh sovereign as a way to describe the unique experience of black disabled mob, called me unashamedly human. And as usual, I took a while to process what they said, but I had recognised that their comment meant that I was a black matriarch who said whatever she wanted to, didn't worry about whether I was going to offend someone's sensibilities. I was the person who constantly attempts to create a record of black matriarchs and the reality of our life. And if I ever get to be a grandmother, they'll know exactly how unashamedly human I was. Hopefully they'll get to meet me in real life, but you know, I'm a bit of a pessimist in that, in that sense. I sit here in front of you because of connections I've made through social media. I sit here with a friend and a supporter, shout out to Shaz, hi Shaz, who I met online and who has literally changed my life. So my hope for the future is a place where we all get to be unashamedly human in whichever way that is for you, and where our children learn what it is to be in control of their own narratives, or when learning becomes something that they didn't even realise they did, because our culture and our way of learning and being has been embraced to the point that there's no hard edges anymore. There's no cultural training, there's no line between learning and life. Now I know I'm supposed to be talking my own words, but when I heard that Barker was performing for us. I don't think we're related, but I did get excited when I found out she'd be here, because she's an example of a black matriarch who makes me feel so seen and so connected. And she gives me strength. And it's not just her, because she represents all of you and all of the people to come. So, in honour of her and in honour of you and in honour of everybody, I'm going to finish with her words. This is for black matriarchs. This is for my sisters who lived in the dark. This is for all of our women. This is for all of our children. I couldn't care less about the monarch. I'm going to set fire to the kingdom. I'm coming for them. All hail black matriarchs.
Told you it just keeps getting better. Please join me again in thanking Renee. Our last lightning talk for this morning is the wonderful Laniuk, and I would like to invite her up onto the stage now. Make her very welcome.
Oh, the clicker there. Yeah, nice. Yeah, thank you. Barangaroo of the Eora was the essence of resistance. Second wife to Bennelong, she bore more than children. She was proud, headstrong, calculated and persistent. She did not fall for the delusion of white ascendance. She defied it. She fought it. She cut throat, tore at it, conspired with the ancestors and reminded the children, beware the sweet poison in white man's hand. Remember your people. Take care of your lands. She ripped and tugged at European dresses, refused red wine and demanded resistance. Truganini of the Palawa possessed the intelligence of subtle defiance, having witnessed the ways of white man's violence, death, destruction and disease, lynching, raping, murdering. She knew the tactics of war are not always with spears, and attempted to compromise to the colonial ears. Her negotiations were met with lies and deceit. Her people were dying by foreign disease. She took to the bush with the gun in hand and became an outlaw to the white man. Carried her spirit to the Kulin nations and fought for her people's emancipation. My great Kungarakan Wechi Aliandabu embodied resilience, a paperbark woman, lean and pensive. Her family and tribe were killed by rat poison. When her husband died, the state took her children. She worked for white families, and when the chores were done, she walked to the township with scraps for her sons. I see her hands holding theirs over walls and through fences, telling them stories of our people's creation. Now there's apartments from ocean to high ground, attempting to disguise the Carlin compound. When the colony decides that the story is his, the contributions of our women become whitewashed myths. I imagine the nights our women lay awake, searching the stars, and now I'm here doing the same. When I look to the skies, I'm meeting their gaze. When I breathe in the gum, I'm carrying their names. I can hear them singing on the arrival of rain. Their strength emblazoned in my DNA. Thank you. I want to start off, of course, by acknowledging the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people. It's beautiful country in Canberra. Even though I'm coming from more tropical climates, I'm still enjoying its beauty. I was sitting here yesterday thinking 950 people in this room. I've got to be related to at least one of them. And, you know, like 10 minutes after I thought this, someone stood up with a question and said, "My name's Josie Crawshaw." And I was like, oh, family. And I don't know if Josie's here in the crowd today, but there are some other family present that I was able to meet yesterday, and I'm just so happy and proud to be here with all of you. Josie has lived a full life of activism alongside our family, and in particular with my late Nana, Kathy Mills, and so it's an honour to be in the same room with her again. My name is Laniuk. I'm a Larakia Kungarakan and Gurindji woman. I'm living in Wurundjeri country in Naarm at the moment. And up on the screen, you're seeing a picture of my namesake, Laniuk. In Kungarakan culture, we're named after our lands, after areas on our lands, and we take cultural responsibilities of those lands. And Laniuk is an important place of creation, ceremony, and songline. And I'm honoured to carry that name into the future. If you visited Darwin, you might have been there. The coloniser likes to call it Berry Springs, but its real name is Laniuk. And although it's seen as a tourist destination for swimming and leisure, it's actually a deeply sacred space, and I would warn you from swimming in those waters. We're not supposed to spend a lot of time there. As you have probably pieced together, I'm a poet, I'm a writer, I'm a performer of poetry and speculative fiction and memoir. Also trying to weasel my way into TV and film, but I love writing, I love art, and I believe so deeply that we're all creatives, and that art can play a really meaningful role in our healing and in our movement building. So today I wanted to talk to you about the power of storytelling and the role it can play in our personal journeys of reclamation and resistance. Someone said, press the green button. No, not that one. This one? No, not that one. This one? No, not that one. This one, the big one. All right. There we go. So the title of my presentation to you today, Writing the Future, Remembering the Past. The poem I just performed for you is called Remember, which I wrote a few years ago and was published in this book, Firefront, in 2020, which was edited by Gamaroi poet and legal researcher Alison Whittaker. I wrote this poem because I deep dived into some archives looking at how the stories of Aboriginal women were being told and the ways our participation in the resistance and survival of the frontier wars had been minimised or erased. It really confused me, frustrated me, because you can't tell me that when the coloniser arrived, started killing our people, taking our lands, that women didn't pick up spears and shields and defend their families. That doesn't make sense to me. And for some reason, our presence in the history books is being ignored. Our efforts as women to survive, thrive, and resist is being dismissed and diminished. So I decided to retell their stories from the places I felt they deserved, of power, of strength, of love for their families and lands, and the work that they did to make sure me, you, all of us are here today. The poem tells the story of Barungaru of the Eora Nation, Truganini of the Palawa, and my great-great-grandmother, Alni Ndabu. Before I could publish this poem, I needed to sit down with my grandmother and get her permission to tell her grandmother's story. And so to make sure that I had all the facts straight, the deadline for approving the poem from the publisher had come and gone a long time ago, and the publishers were itching to push ahead. But that didn't matter to me. That wasn't the priority. The priority for me was talking to my family and speaking to my nana face to face. And I was living in Melbourne, and I had to fly to Darwin to have that conversation with her. Thankfully, Alison Whittaker was very calm. She's very gentle in strength. She didn't let the deadline pressure her. She didn't let the deadline pressure me, and resisted white deadlines, which allowed me to fly to Darwin. I sat down with my nana. I read her the poem, and we had a beautiful conversation about family, the Carlin Compound, and poetry. I gained a lot from writing this poem, and although I'm happy and proud it was published, it was actually the process of writing that poem that was the most rewarding. I resisted the narratives that were being told about our women. I created a cherished memory with my beloved Nana, which, since her passing, I hold very dearly. And I participated in the telling of our family story in my own words, in my own understanding, and in my own imagining. So, my suggestion to you is to harness the power of storytelling and write and capture the stories of your own pasts. I suggest that you write a short story or a poem that captures the story of your families. That could be a historical moment. Maybe it's a story of frontier resistance. Maybe it's political involvement. A story of your family. Perhaps it's a love story. When and where your elders were born. Journeys back to family from the stolen generations. This can be a validating and healing opportunity for those of us who have been distanced from land and culture because of colonization. And with so many of us carrying the hurt and harm and distance from colonization and the stolen generations, this can be a way of reimagining the lives of our people or building from historical documents. Whatever tiny grain of information you have, build on it from what we do know, which is that our people have always been powerful, knowledgeable, lawful, and loving. Thank you. In 2022, these beautiful, incredible anthologies of speculative fiction were released, which I was lucky enough to be in both. I could go on for a really, really, really long time about the power of speculative fiction and why I love it so much. But to summarize it, speculative fiction is a genre that literally speculates by suspending the limitations of reality. It's a genre of what-ifs and allows you to create your own world with its own rules, which is a pretty tantalizing genre for someone like myself, and as I'm sure for many of you, that when we tell our ideas of the future, we often hear countless times, but is that really possible? Could that really happen? And when we write speculative fiction, no one gets to tell us what is and isn't possible. We are the creators of our own futures and our own worlds. On the right-hand side, you'll see Unlimited Futures, which was published through Jed Press and Fremantle Press and edited by Rafif Ismail, who is a Sudanese writer and editor, and the wonderful, talented Ellen Van Neerven, a Ugambe writer and editor. In this book, I decided to write a story of Māori Aboriginal resistance. Imagine, oh my gosh, it's set on the final day of the revolution. The Commonwealth has been brought down, everything's in flames, tomorrow we build anew. It's a story of global Indigenous solidarity. I worked in as much Larakia language as I could, and I spent so much time with the text that the new language words I'd written in are now familiar to me. Recently, when a family member said to me, "Hey Laniuk, what's that word again for fire?" I said very quickly and confidently, "Oh, guyagua." Slowly through my writing, I am building and strengthening my relationship with my language and my culture. But on the left-hand side, you'll see This All Come Back Now, which was published through UQP and edited by Michaela Saunders, a Guri Lebanese woman. And I decided that in my imagining of the future, I was literally going to write the future of my family into existence. I wrote 5 letters or conversations from my descendants to me. So it goes my daughter, my granddaughter, my great-granddaughter, and my great-great-granddaughter. And then at the end, there's a letter that I wrote to my descendants about what the world is like today and the world I want for them. I base this idea on the ways that often I talk to my ancestors in the day-to-day, and I draw strength from them, particularly our Kungarakan matriarch, Alnyi Ndabu. When I sat down to write this story, there was a lot of math involved. I had to calculate ages. So I had to go, okay, so if I have my daughter at this age, and then she has her daughter at that age, and then that would make this character that age. And it took a whole day just for me to do the maths of when each generation was born. I had to think about what year it was when they were speaking to me. I had to name my descendants. I had to think about what the world looks like in their timeline and what role they're playing in the continued resistance of our people. And that required me to be honest with myself about what I wanted for my family and for my lands. Not what the colonizer has told me is possible, but truly, what do I want? My first version was filled with climate disaster, it was filled with war, it was filled with suffering, and I realized I was following the narrative of the colonial trajectory. I instead started again and I wrote a story of land and language return, love and culture, the path to the future I actually believe in and want to walk, my personal sovereign trajectory. So, I suggest to you, in an effort to strengthen your political vision, sit down and write the future that you want, not what you've been told is possible, but the deep embodied dreams we have for our people. I suggest aiming for 5 generations into the future. Name your descendants. What kind of world do they live in? How does the world change through every generation? Reflect on the process and consider what kind of world you are creating based on the future of what you imagine. Are your actions today in line with your dreams? Lastly, I suggest to you to write your story now in the present. What is happening around you? Maybe there's big moments happening for your family, maybe there's big moments in your work. We are living history, and your story, and the stories of your family, and the stories of your lands, and the stories of your languages matter. Your story matters. We are resisting, surviving, struggling, thriving. We are building movements, cultures, families. We are small stories of something so much bigger, and our descendants will cherish glimpses into our lives, our journeys, and our knowledges. I'm going to end with sharing a poem from my beautiful Nana, Kathy Mills. She was an incredible poet, and her works cover things from government changes and policy, reflecting on her mother's experience of being stolen from her family, poems about her children, calls to action. She used poetry as a way to pass knowledge on to others. And when I sat down to choose a poem to share with you today, I couldn't go past my personal favourite, a poem that I cherish deeply. It's a poem from her book, Paperbark and Water Lilies, which isn't this book, but you can find this book online and buy it if you'd like. I'd absolutely recommend it. But I'll be reading from This book, Paperbark and Water Lilies, and I'm reading her poem Millsy and Me, which tells the story of the first time she met my grandfather. And it was a really interesting process thinking about having this conversation with you today, saying, tell your stories matter, your descendants will cherish them. And for me to be living that experience now that my nan is gone, and being able to read this story of her beginning in many ways with my grandfather. The Warrego mine was where he came from. His mother, George Cummings' stepsister, and he was displaced by the war in the 40s on his journey back home to the sea. We met in Jack Neal's Picture Theatre in the Milk Bar in small Catherine town. He was making his way back to Darwin, and Catherine was my own hometown. He stood in the doorway for a moment. He was looking for his sister, Nanette. The bell for the show started ringing, and the people just moved in a set. He was a handsome young stockman-like fellow. His dark hair was curly and neat. When he spoke, his voice was like thunder. When our eyes met, a blush crossed my cheeks. Been looking for you for hours, he said. Don't you know this ain't Tennant Creek? Who was this bloke talking to? We were waiting to take up our seats. I struggled at first to acknowledge that the stranger was coming my way, stepping aside to avoid him, not wanting to be in his way. It was awkward when I finally noticed that the new girl whom I had just met and making her welcome to Catherine was none other than his sister, Nanette. Acquaintances made, we moved forward to secure our seats in the front, and I was as shy as a possum, and he was as sure as they get. He played a guitar which he sang to. His voice was surreal and surround. His guitar plucked in a chord with my heartstrings. Now that's how the legend was born. Other bells started ringing in the morrow. Two people had fallen in love. We sang in harmony together. Each one had our own special song. Here's to you, Millsy, my hero, and here's to the memories we made. Our children continue to sing them. We're on the Overlander Trail. Thank you.
My mind is just absolutely reeling after hearing all of those amazing women speak. I think we all need a moment, so let's take it in the form of morning tea, and I'll see you back here soon.
We might start, hey? You guys ready? Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome back, and welcome to our panel, which is Building Alliances, What Relationships Are Needed to Reach the Future We Want. The theme, of course, as we've already heard for day 2, is We Are the Future. So we will have that firmly in our minds over the next hour together. Could I begin then by paying my respects to the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples whose traditional lands we're meeting on today, and thank Aunty Matilda House for a beautiful warm welcome to country. I of course need to pay my respects to elders past, present and of course our future emerging generations for whom our collective work over 3 days is so important. I also pay my respects to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here in the audience today, in particular to June, Carla and Michelle for their amazing work in bringing us together. You might have read in the program, my name is Janine Mohammed. I'm a proud Narungga Kaurna woman from Point Pearce Mission in South Australia. Thank you, Manunga family. I'm a mum of 5 children, 4 of whom are daughters, but would you believe, no grandchildren yet. I'm 50 and I'm not a nana. So if you want to talk to me about your sons over lunch, I'm happy to take any interested parties. That's what it's all about. I'm also the CEO for the Lowitja Institute, and of course we're named after our amazing patron, Dr. Lowitja O'Donoghue. We are Australia's national Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled health research institute. And it's an honour to be invited here today to play my very small part in the work of Wiyi Yani U Thangani. It's such an important, landmark report and the research and advocacy that's gone behind it for our peoples, especially our women and our girls, including cis, trans women, non-binary and gender diverse mob. As a facilitator of this panel, I've been told it's my job to keep us to time, but I've already talked to my sisters and said we're going to do this collectively. And it's also my job to pose the questions that you want to ask from this amazing panel. So as you're listening, please begin to send through your questions on the digital program app. If you don't know, you can find that app or that mark under the interactive sessions icon. It's also my job and my pleasure to introduce our 3 fabulous panellists who will share their insights and experiences on our topic. They all have extremely illustrious careers and impactful lives, which I don't think I have time to give justice to, so I'll give you the brief versions in a moment, and they'll also have the opportunity to expand on this, but I will refer you to our Summit Handbook for more details on their bios. So, let's begin. This is your life, hey? Senator Dorinda Cox is a Yamaji Noongar woman and a senator for Western Australia. She holds the First Nations science, trade, tourism and resource portfolios for the Greens. Senator Cox has a significant experience in international forums. Kat Henaway was born and raised in Indigenous communities in North Queensland and is a descendant of the Mer and Moa peoples of the Torres Strait Islands. Over the past 30 years, she's gained significant experience in working with multinational companies, government agencies, universities in Sydney, London and Edinburgh. Yeah. Today, Kat is an Indigenous business advisor and learning designer who produced the country's first political leadership incubator for women of colour. My sister Donna Murray is a Wiradjuri and Wunara Nation citizen and currently the CEO at the Indigenous Allied Health Australia. She holds an adjunct associate professorship at UTS and has qualifications and experience in community development, management, Indigenous governance, a mutual passion. So a big warm welcome to each of you and thank you for sharing what I call your wise woman wisdom with us here today. So a little bit about this session. In this session, we want to explore how First Nations women's experiences and knowledges can offer ways of working and interacting differently and how we can help to inform some constructive approaches to decision making. We also want to think about the need to unite across diverse spaces that span environmental, political, cultural and legal and economic issues and solutions. And that it's time to reinstate our ancient ways and to construct new ways of working to achieve the future we want. So with that in mind, I am going to ask our fabulous speakers to kick off our discussion today and take a few minutes to introduce themselves and their work and how this fits into our theme, which is, as I said, we are the future. And it's almost a three-part question, and to tell us particularly what is the future you envisage and the relationships that we need to have to get there. But before I do, Senator Cox has made a special request that she'd like to take us through a bit of an exercise post-morning tea. So I'll invite you to the podium.
Thank you so much, Janine. And can I first start by acknowledging that we're here on Ngunnawal and Ngambri land. And I had the pleasure of being here the other night to the welcome reception and saw some of you and pay my respects to the elders past and present, and thank Aunty Matilda for welcoming me to country whenever I come here to Ngunnawal and Ngambri lands. Hello and welcome, ladies. What an amazing and very, very overwhelming sight it is to sit down here, and I wanted to get out of my chair for a minute. And anybody that knows what I do in the Senate, I'm always on my feet having a bit of a rant about things. But this time, I want to do something for you because it's wonderful, it's powerful to see inspiring women like you all in one place at this particular moment. Is there anybody in the crowd that's got any accessibility issues where they can't stand? But can I ask all of you ladies to stand, please? Now, if I have your permission, can you please say yes to indulge me for 2 minutes in a brief exercise that I'd like to do with you. Now, I've never done this before, but I'm known as a disruptor, right? So I like to do things a little bit differently. First of all, I want you to close your eyes. To do that, you need to trust me. I want you to imagine yourself back home on your country. I want you to bend down to the ground and pick up a handful of dirt. Now, I want you to rub your hands together and put that dirt right into your hands to feel our mother country and where we come from. Then I want you to clap your hands together really loudly. Whoa, that was like a machine gun. Wow. And I want you to put your hands out in front of you and blow like you're blowing out a birthday cake. Let that breath go. The second thing I want you to do is stamp your feet. At the same time, I want you to shout the words for hello in your mother tongue. Kaya. Today, my sisters, we have awoken the ancestors and we've asked them to collectively join us here today. We have the power to do this. You can sit down now. You can do this wherever you are, whenever you want, and whenever you need to feel spirit to support you. Whenever we are afraid and whenever we are lonely, they are here to walk with us. So I thank you for indulging me for that 90 seconds. Janine, do you want me to go first?
Sure, while you've got the
Why
podium,
not?
let's do it.
All right. As part of this panel, I've been asked to share my vision with you for 2043. At that time, I will be 67 years old. I'll be retired from my current job, I hope, as a senator. Safest words ever. I hope that my children, who will be 31 and 29, will have carved out their careers and are thinking about giving me grandchildren, just like Janine. And I won't be too old to enjoy this, and I want to have some beautiful memories of the last 2 decades, inside but also outside of politics, and the social movement that I think we are on the brink of creating this year. Alliance is at the heart of the work that I do every day, and my hope for the future is that we begin to see the fruits of our labour in 2043. I hope that our next generation will be able to be thriving instead of just being in survival mode. That ongoing issue of colonialism, is now a thing that's fixed in the past. And the truth-telling that we all seek in our country to have a truly reconciled, create a new partnership in the interests of the oldest living culture in this world is ours, and it's in the palm of our hands. As a senator, I sit on the crossbench, which means I have a very special role in creating some of those alliances and building across the parliament, and particularly in the Senate. And I want to acknowledge Rachel Siewert, who's in the crowd, who's my predecessor. Rach, give everyone a wave. There she is, at the front there. Who's also here. Rachel did an amazing thing 2 years ago, and she stepped aside to let a black woman through. And you're a great alliance for me, Rach. Thank you. Now, in the Senate, we've got 3 jobs only on most days, and they're to inquire, debate and legislate. And in those jobs, I sit alongside people in my inquiry work that are far removed from my own values, from that of my party. So I can debate with respect, I make a rule to take no low blows, and I don't make it personal. I debate the issue and not the person, and I legislate with the future in mind of all my constituents, because I come from the state of Western Australia, the whole of the Western Seaboard, and I didn't get 16% of the vote on the ticket in WA just by my mob electing me. So alliances keep it real for me, they keep it grounded, but I am first and foremost a Yamatji Noongar woman, a First Nations woman. What that presents for me is a real challenge, because I also have First Nations portfolio, the resources portfolio. I think Adam Bant is a bloody genius because he put a black woman in front of mining in this country. How do you think that goes down with some of the gas companies? In fighting for our country, fighting for our water every single day. I also have just inherited sport last week, so I'm now the sports spokesperson. I hold 6 portfolios: tourism, trade and also science, that I'm still minding and hope to get rid of. But that means I have 6 portfolios in my party room. I hold the most. So I think that the boss thinks I'm a safe pair of hands when it comes to managing some of the business. But the double-edged sword for me is a First Nations woman, constantly in the media, constantly under attack. And unfortunately, some of that attack is from our own people. The lateral violence I experience is real. But I don't want that to be part of my future. I want us to find the sweet spot to all work together. I hope that in 2043 we will have a treaty in this country, a treaty that will bring us to a decolonised space of some of our systems, particularly on climate change. And I know the wonderful Janine Mohammed was at the UN a few weeks ago talking about decolonisation and climate change and how important it is, because we know what it takes to look after country. We've been doing it for 65,000 years. But in 2043, we're going to have to adapt considerably if we don't do the work now. Now, in closing, I just want to say there's no better time for the reckoning of our shared history that's happening in our country now, right now. And we need to look at building those alliances across the spectrum. We can heal, we can move forward, and we need as many people on this journey as we can get. And remembering the ritual that we all just did just then, by bringing our old people with us collectively, as they've paved the way, we are standing on their shoulders and we are making that movement forward. And those in the present, and when we look in the eyes of our children and know that we must and we can do better, that our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, the next 5 generations of our children deserve a better life, one that is full of peace, love, light, and most of all, justice. Thank you, my sisters.
Good morning, everyone. I'd also like to acknowledge the beautiful Ngunnawal and Ngambri country that we are on here today. My name is Kat Henaway, and as Janine said, I was born and raised in Torres Strait Islander communities in Cairns, North Queensland. I had the great privilege of being raised by my ate and aka, My grandparents and my ate was an owner of a pearl diving business his entire life. So he was a very, very successful entrepreneur. So it's no surprise at all that I ended up in entrepreneurialism myself. In my early career, I had moved away from North Queensland when I was in my early 20s. I ended up in Sydney, and I was working for about 8 years in multinational organisations in Sydney. And I have to say, I had a really great experience. Back then, you didn't really have to tick a box when you applied for a job. We just went into work, got jobs, and worked with every other Australian in institutions. I had some really wonderful experiences, and then I decided to go and live in the UK. So I lived and worked in the UK for about 8 years in London, Edinburgh, and I also settled in Brighton, which is an hour south of London. And in that experience, I had also been working for large multinational firms there in finance and legal firms. And I used that opportunity to travel the world. I wanted to explore and see where my father came from. He's German, grew up in Berlin. So I wanted to travel around Europe and see as much of the world as I could. And halfway through that experience, I did a NEIS course. I was back in Australia for a short time, and I did the New Enterprise Incentive Scheme program here, and some of you will know of it. It's a really fantastic small business course. And then I went back to the UK and I started writing applications to purchase businesses in the UK. So we looked at restaurants and hotels and all kinds of things, and came very, very close to buying a hotel in Brighton just before the GFC arrived. So thankfully we didn't go down that path. So around 2008, I decided to come back to Australia, and with all of that experience of working internationally and learning how to write business plans and set up businesses, I came back to Australia and did a community management degree at Macquarie University. And shortly after that, I went to the School of Social Entrepreneurs to learn the process of establishing social enterprises. And I started my first little company. It was called Blackademics. And I wanted to create a website that would help Indigenous people coming to universities to know where to access all of the resources that you needed. So that was my first little enterprise. And then from then on, I started working in leadership development. And that's where I met the lovely Carol Vale, who is my wonderful sister up here. She runs Murrowan. And Carol and I were working at the Australian Graduate School of Management, developing career leadership programs for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander executives and employees. And it was in that experience that I really began to understand the incredible lack of career leadership programs for our people. And some of the research we saw at the time, this was about 2017, was that Indigenous people knew that career development was a thing, but only about 16% of us felt that it was accessible to us. And when I saw that statistic, I thought, well, this is a shame, because all corporations, all institutions have big budgets to develop everybody's career, and how come there's so little for us? And so Carol and I launched some very groundbreaking programs at AGSM. Carol did the Aboriginal Career Leadership Development Program for the New South Wales Public Service. I developed the Emerging Indigenous Executive Leadership Program in collaboration with Reconciliation Australia. And together we started to build this ecosystem where Indigenous people could access career leadership development. So a couple of years after doing that work, I decided I wanted to consult, follow in my sister's footsteps, and I went out consulting, and I now do this work independently in my own business, and I work with organisations to help them develop very similar programs. And throughout this experience, I ended up on the board of Women for Election Australia. And they knew I had been writing these types of programs, and they asked me to write a program to help more Indigenous women come into their political candidate training workshops. And initially I said no, because I found that every time I wrote these types of programs, a lot of non-Indigenous people would get their fingers into it and sort of elbow me out. And I thought, no, I'm not going through that experience again. Anyway, after 6 months, I relented and I wrote a program called Politics in Colour. And our very first event was a webinar with 4 women of colour politicians who specifically wanted to talk about what it's like to be a woman of colour in politics in this country. And although I had a very comprehensive program, I couldn't find any woman of colour politician that wanted to talk about something else on the agenda. They all wanted to talk about their experience of being a woman of colour in politics. So we went with it. And needless to say, that webinar attracted over 100 women from 3 countries. We featured Linda Burney, Moraine Faruqi, Jenny Leong and Kashalya Vagela. And they all spoke about what it was like, what their journey was like. And so that launched Politics in Colour, and since then we've been running the country's first political leadership incubator for women of colour. And we've heard from some amazing Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women across the country, including the lovely Dorinda Cox, about their stories and how they got into politics. And it's been an incredibly inspiring journey, and I know that we'll talk a little bit later about how to build partnerships and alliances along that journey, but I'll just leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thanks, ladies. Just quickly, Donna Murray, Wiradjuri, Wonnarua, woman of New South Wales, and I'd like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples of the beautiful ACT and surrounding region who have supported me to live and work on their lands for the past 20 years. I'd also like to pay my respects to my Wiradjuri and Wonnarua elders, who are, some of them are here today, and pay my respects particularly to Aunty Cheryl Penrith, who has been an inspiration in my life for a very long time, along with a lot of our other elders. Just a little bit about me, like a lot of you. I'm obviously a daughter, a mum, a nana, an aunt, and play a lot of roles in our lives. And I'm here as the CEO of Indigenous Allied Health Australia. And in our organisation is an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled organisation with over 1,600 members who own our company, and they are our community and our family. And our IHA family is very important to one, supporting aspirations, dreams and goals of people moving into the allied health workforce, but also supporting the dreams and aspirations and priorities of our communities and our organisations in developing and supporting a workforce of our own design to meet our own needs and our own priorities across the health sector. One of my passions is also involved in Wiradjuri and Wonnarua Indigenous nation building and our self-governance and our political governance, and asserting our rights as Wiradjuri citizens and Wonnarua citizens, and the alliances that we build together as a collective nation to mobilise our citizens to drive our self-determination and set our priorities for the future. And for 2043, I'll highly likely be a great-grandmother. And listening to the panel yesterday for the young people and saying when to know to stand up and stand aside and let others, encourage them to stand up, that's definitely where I will be in 2043. And I think our future is in good hands. But in order to ensure our 65,000 years of knowledges, practices, sharing and relationships continues to get stronger for our young people is our importance of our nation identity and our collective identity and the things that we share, the commonalities as First Nations women and nations, but also our specifics of law and language and culture that we hold dear, and getting back to what's important for us in setting our own priorities. And being able to build those mutual alliances with each other, internations, which we've done in some of the space, and learning and sharing is really important. But I think that will then help shape what type of ancestor will I be in 20, 50 and 100 years, when my 7 generations look back and say, you know, what did my great-great-granny do? I want to know that I've done enough, I've tried my best and showed leadership, and with culture at heart and my cultural values guiding the way with integrity. And so I believe, you know, designing a future of our own in 2043 will be well on its way, and I think our young people here have really shown that's in really good hands.
Thank you, Donna, and I do believe it's in very, very good hands, especially with you women as our leaders and role models in the space. I'm going to ask a really quick question, but I'm going to come back to nation building, and Senator, I'm going to come back to that sweet spot. I have watched Parliament, and I think it'd be hard to get a sweet spot in there. So in terms, at Lowitja Institute, right, we have a lot of people come to us and ask us to be their black tick box, impart our knowledges where, you know, they come in, we think we're on a good thing and we're going to have some mutual benefits that happen, but that doesn't eventuate. And I think one of the most frustrating things is us educating whoever we're having alliances with. So for us, one of our core values, I think, is maturity of the other organisation. You know, as a person who's dedicated my life to cultural safety, I'm not going to be there educating someone about white privilege or about racism or what cultural safety is. So my question to you guys, what are the fundamentals, or what are those fundamental ingredients for you that you look at when you're thinking about alliances? How do you decide if you're going to align with someone and do some work with them?
That maturity and readiness is really important when we're looking at mutual alliances with mainstream or others. And I think, you know, people can say they're genuine and they can use words, but it really comes down to action with an alliance with mainstream. Cultural safety, responsiveness, but listening to the priorities of First Nations women or our organisations is critical. Not coming to the table with an already planned agenda. So having integrity, maturity, readiness, commitment to listen, but deep listening, and being ready to do things our way, I think is something really important to me. So, you know, breaking down those systemic settler colonial systems and being willing to open up to something different that we know will work as it's worked for 65,000 years. I think they're some of the key things. There's many more, but I'll hand it over to my colleagues.
Senator? Yeah? Okay.
One of the things that I really appreciated about one of my partners, which is Women in Leadership Australia, I think the real difference with my alliance with that organisation that I've seen is that I was dealing with the decision maker at the very top of the organisation. So I was now influencing the people that can make change, that can affect change. I was working with a woman called Susie Finkelstein, and Susie, whatever advice I gave to her, she didn't have to ask the organisation for permission. She could make a decision as the head of the organisation to implement that strategy. And so that meant that cultural safety, cultural awareness, cultural diversity happened very, very quickly in that organisation. So that was really a big learning for me, because in the past when I've tried to influence change in organisations, I've worked with people at much lower levels, and when they're in lower levels, they might be very enthusiastic for change, and they might be really happy for your advice, but they're not able to implement it.
Yeah, and it's a hard thing to do, hey, to sort of say, no, I'm not going to talk to your director. I want to talk to your CEO. It doesn't come naturally, I don't think it ever has to me. But I think knowing that I'm making a change for mob, I take that power with me and I say, no, I deserve, on behalf of my mob, to speak to the CEO.
Let me speak to the boss.
Hey.
I think for me, some of the really critical points, and I'm just going to keep it real for a minute, that if you step into my office in the Senate wing and you come in and you start running people down, right? Like the trust factor is real, right? I get a lot of people who come in and say, oh, my organisation wanted to work with this community or with this group, and they start running them down. And I think to myself, I'm out. There's no way that I'm going to build an alliance with anybody that comes with a yarn that's attached in a negative way about mob, and that we have to honour that. Because if you don't have your own people's back in that, and we engage in that type of, as I said in my opening speech, lateral violence against each other, we're never going to get anywhere. We're never going to move forward. On a personal level, the way that I weed out whether I'm going to work with someone individually in the Senate. Now, I've sat next to people like Malcolm Roberts from One Nation. Yeah, you all look, and Malcolm and I can have a conversation about cheese and chocolate. But we can't talk politics, right? Because we don't agree. The person on the other side of me when I Senate estimates, Holly Hughes. Now, Holly Hughes has been made famous by my former colleague, Senator Thorpe. And there are differences in that. But you find a mutual sweet spot, and you can find a real testing ground with people in building alliances. And this is how I found works best for me, is to find what that looks like and start wheeling people in the direction of what is that sweet spot? What are your values? Will you honour and be committed to and see things through? Because we always find people who say, oh, I'm going to get into a conversation or a partnership or an alliance with someone, and then they back out halfway through because people start to see others' true colours in that. Now, there's a lot of things I will not do with the Liberal Party and those on some of the parts of the crossbench in an alliance, but you have to think about your own values in that and what you're putting out to the world, what you're willing to not work on. Now, ladies, in my experience, we've all got trauma. Every one of us come in some way or form with our own trauma. The last thing we want to do is project that onto somebody else when we're trying to build a partnership and build an alliance. And I've seen this time and time again. And so it's a real message for us to make sure that we are looking after ourselves, we're doing our work, but also that we're making sure those fellas over there do theirs, and call them out for it and move away from them if you have to. No one says that you always have to say yes, and the most power you have is always to say no. Okay?
Let your yeses be yeses and your noes be noes. And I think you'll all agree, I think the other thing that we have as Aboriginal women in particular is that feeling in your stomach, hey? Brim Mob will call it, Leon, my Leon doesn't feel good about this. And we have years of experience that we bring into that room, and I think we can size someone up in 5 seconds flat. Minister Burney said this morning that stories are really important, and they're our greatest asset, So can I ask you to tell us a story, and it might be about cheese and chocolate, about an unlikely alliance. What was the journey and what was the outcome? Thanks.
I thought about this last night. This was hard because sometimes, you align yourself with good people that you want to work with, and sometimes there's these juicy little ones that just come by surprise, and you come with your own assumptions and perceptions to that, and then it turns out to be something different. So I was debating about what type of example But a strengths-based one, I thought I'd share in the international First Nations space, and where First Nations women are really driving that collaboration, sharing and best practice. And it is in the health sector, but it's also in the nation building work, because a lot of our First Nations women are driving our own nation business and our own self-government drive to voice treaty and truth, And so in the international space, it was really unlikely that we'd get something formal with Indigenous Allied Health driving it with First Nations Health Authority in Canada, and an organisation in Hawaii, and our brothers and sisters across the ditch there in Aotearoa. And what we got was the power of strength together. Like, it was really surprising of sharing our solutions, but also learning. And, you know, we thought we were behind, can I say, in health workforce development, when we're actually leading a lot of the work internationally. And so that was really surprising for us. And then that our other First Nations colleagues wanted to pick up the work we were doing. So we have a multitude of programs working with young people in education, training, in employment. We have a range of programs with university students around that interprofessional practice, self-awareness. How do we work together collectively, but how do we keep our identity in our profession? Because often that's really difficult coming, you know, out of white institutions. And so some of that work we've been leading, there was an unlikely alliance where they've picked up our programs and sort of made them their own in their own space. But in saying that and following up with those, it's really interesting now, well, how can we benefit from what they've learnt from similar experiences? In a mainstream perspective, there's a medical equipment company that came to IHA and wanted to work with us, and we were really saying, why? You know, that's not our space. But it came back to they're wanting to learn around relationships, around our ways of working, how to better partner and collaborate with First Nations peoples, and they were interested in the training and education that we provided. But that took 2 years of building trust, of sussing each other out, and about, is there a mutual benefit and alliance here that keeps our integrity at play, but also are they willing to innovate and do things the way we know our communities want things done. And so in the end, we have done a partnership with an international and with our mainstream partner, and that has had mutual benefits, can I say, learning, sharing, but also their investment in First Nations health workforce, in our communities. So during COVID, we rang them and said, we need this equipment for Western New South Wales. They said, yep, we'll get it. And calling on those partners to benefit our own communities is really important, but keeping integrity, trust, and cultural safety at heart. But their willingness, and they've made a commitment, and now they've acted. So the action is also part of that partnership. So it has been successful, but it did take time to go through those values, align what it is those principles of working are, but it had to be on our terms. And that was probably the critical point.
Yeah, time's so important, isn't it, and trust. Kat?
Yeah, I agree with that. Setting the bar high and saying, no, you know, we will deliver what you need, but let us lead. The example the story I'm going to tell is about my relationship with an organisation called Women for Election Australia. As I said before, I was on their board, and they asked me to write a program, and that's where Politics in Colour came from. And shortly after I wrote the program, they were very, very excited, predominantly white women board. But I felt very uncomfortable staying on the board. So I left, and there was another Indian woman. There's only 2 of us, women of colour, on the board. And she said, trademark the name and let's get out of here. And so we did. And I said to the board, we're taking politics in colour out because we can run this in a culturally safe way. You're white women, we can't guarantee cultural safety if we leave it in your hands. And so that's what we did. They understood that. And it was a little bit uncomfortable for, a few months there with us, coaching them about cultural safety and where they went wrong. But we maintained the relationship with Women for Election. And in our first couple of years, every lead we got that translated into purchasing one of our events or workshops or sponsorship, they all came from Women for Election. So I was really glad that we were able to maintain that relationship because they were really integral in our growth, in our organisational development. And they introduced us to some amazing partners like Pathways to Politics for Women. We have an incredible partnership with them. They've introduced us to a global think tank called Apolitical Foundation, and we have a lot to do with them. So maintaining the relationships with the predominantly white-led organisations that you might have fallen out with or that you may leave or disagree with, being able to sort of nurture that relationship and maintain it was a really, really good lesson for me. I've walked away from many organisations and just closed the door, but with this one I made a decision to maintain the relationship. And three years down the line, we worked together in a consortium and we won a $5 million federal government grant to deliver political candidate training for women of colour, me particularly, I do the women of colour part, across the country over the next 4 years. So we are going to... So maintaining that relationship again with Women for Election has resulted in them now absolutely empowering me and my little company to go across the entire country and really ramp up this pipeline of amazing First Nations and women of colour into politics.
So you exercised your power, and at the end of it got an amazing result. Thanks, Kat.
I think for me, as I mentioned, some of those unlikely conversations about rapport building and about developing those relationships and maintaining them, more importantly. When I'm in the Senate, people go, great jacket, I like your shoes, where did you get those from? And it's the most unlikely people, right, who will ask those sorts of questions or make those sorts of comments to you. But I know they're doing it to reach out and maintain some of those relationships because in the Senate it's quite unique where we are a little bit swords down. We try and work together quite effectively. We're on joint select committees together, we're on Senate committees together. So we are forced almost into a framework to work together, which can be a little bit confrontational when you're a crossbencher from a minor party and you're the only person in the room. You don't have the numbers. And so you've got to work the room a little bit and develop some of those relationships to make stuff happen and to feel supported and feel confident enough to be able to put your point forward. One of the most unlikely alliances, and like Donna, I was thinking about this last night thinking, that's a bit daunting. And then this morning I had to front up to Duntroon, the Royal Military College here in Canberra, because I'm going on the Australian Defence Force a parliamentary program next week in Darwin, and I asked some Senate estimates questions at the last round around the floods in the Kimberley. Now, I saw my Kimberley sisters here and young people. Big shout out to them. Oh, there they are at the back there, waving and shouting, who were affected by floods this year. And so I asked lots of questions about the ADF being deployed into First Nations communities. What does that look like? Where's your cultural training? Have you got a cultural policy? And they were like, no, Senator, we don't. And so for me, that was a real trigger point to say, well, actually, I have to get on the inside to see how they are preparing themselves to go into our communities and to actually experience that in a way where I could provide that direct advice to the people on the ground, the engineers and others who are going to be deployed into our communities to work with our people. So you've got to get out of your comfort zone a little bit. And the unlikely alliance for me is I'm going to have to make some friends in defence next week to make sure that I'm fed and looked after, to also get an outcome for mob in a policy way and legislation if it requires, but more so to stand up, because until we get a voice in Parliament, we are going to be the lone voice, the 11 voices you've got sitting up in there at the moment. And this is the reason why I'm advocating so strongly, and our party room is supporting the Voice to Parliament, is because we want to be across all that. It's not just, some of the issues that are continually the ones that are so difficult for government to commit to. We also want to know about the RBA rate. We want to know about the Defence Force and what they're going to do and where they're going to dump high-grade nuclear waste on our country. Of course we do. We want to ask some of those questions. It matters to us because it harms our country and our people, and so it will affect us in the future. So my unlikely alliance and putting myself into that is something that I really encourage other people to do, is to look at those places where no one else may have gone to before, some of those relationships, and ask the question. Be brave, be courageous, and ask those questions about what's happening here, if it affects you or it affects our mob. And I think that's a really important, particularly our women and our girls. There's an important tenor in that around, people being deployed or flying in and out of our communities, particularly our remote communities. So it's about safety too. So I'm going to be eyes and ears next week looking at some of that stuff so that I can provide advice to the federal government to say this is what needs to be fixed. But my maintaining of those relationships is with the Assistant Minister. I've already chatted to Matt Keogh and he's already said, don't worry, Dorinda, we'll look after you while you're up there. And it's the maintenance of those relationships. So I catch the plane with him when I'm coming to Parliament, so I go and have a yarn. We might not be part of the same party, but we also are mums and dads and politicians that have some like values in the work that we do.
Yeah, got your back. Thank you. Now, I said I would come back to it. Donna, can you tell us a little bit about your work in nation building and how it pertains to our political determinants and also our cultural determinants?
So when we say nation building, it is a concept that's been a research project for over 30 years that was driven by Harvard University and a team of economists, really. Yeah. And researchers, but we're saying, and then you sort of say, well, what does that got to do with us here? So over that research, working with First Nations in North America, they did a whole range of work of why does one nation excel over another that doesn't, and maybe nation B has more resources, they might have an economic development base like some of our native title bodies, but they're not successful with sustainable development for our own mob on the ground. And so some of those lessons we've brought to Australia is really, in essence, it's the leadership and the collectiveness of the nation to work together, to have a political governance or a cultural governance model of making decisions. And I know a lot of the First Nations women here are in communities and nations that have their own nation decision-making bodies, but a lot like Wiradjuri currently don't. Mm-hmm. And so we want truth, treaty and voice. If it comes to treaty, who do we have treaty with? Mm-hmm. And is that with our nation groups? And if it is, well, what is our own self-government, like Wiradjuri government, that's going to negotiate that treaty? Mm-hmm. And have our own political views, priorities and solutions at the table for a government-to-government relationship. So do you see that might change the dynamics of government coming in and telling us what we want and how we're going to get it in a 3-year funding cycle, opposed to a nation of driven by First Nations women, because can I say in the Wiradjuri nation building space, we do have our men, and our men that have now passed have provided us the instructions to move forward, and our Wiradjuri women have been mobilised to really lead this work, and Auntie Cheryl is one of those. And about how do we organise ourselves based on our law, our language, our practices of who we are, and then how do we start acting as a collective nation to make decisions, set priorities, hear our young people, hear our women, what is it and how are we designing the future that we desire, and then leading that and being solid with self, backing ourselves, and having the strength of empowering our mob to stay together. And sometimes we have to deal with lateral violence. We have to deal with trauma. We have to be very self-aware, but trauma not of self and family, but also trauma of our communities. And how do we use this approach to help heal? And I know for Wiradjuri and the reclamation of our language and the program that Uncle Stan Grant has led for many years, over 25 years, he didn't ask for permission, he just did it. And we didn't ask for permission to make sure that we're preserving that reclamation. We're just doing it. And 25 years down the track, we have our own language course. It involves nation building, community development practice. It's how do we mobilise and build our own networks? How do we have relationships with other nation groups living on our own country? Because Wiradjuri has a lot of resettlement. And how do we design something that works for us? Then we can actively participate in a bigger national process. And so it's our own political movement using our culture, language and law at the centre of what we do. And it doesn't mean using a corporate governance structure like ORIC or ASIC to drive our business. No. Because that is under a white legislative law. It is our own law that we need to act. And that's, in essence, where we're taking nation building.
Thank you, Donna. It's getting our house in order, hey, before we go out. Senator Cox, we're going to turn over to the audience, but there was a question up there before that I think would be great for you to answer. You're a member of Parliament. There's only 11 Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander members of Parliament. You're from a minor party, yeah? How do you actually build alliances, particularly with the non-Indigenous parliamentarians, in that space? How do you do the? If you had one gem of knowledge to impart on us, what would that be?
Can I say, being part of what is the third largest party now in the Parliament, the Australian Greens party, but it's hard to get cut through. We hold the balance of power in the Senate, and plus 2 votes. So we do a lot of work in zigzagging across the Parliament and finding those like-minded people or like-minded issues that we want to vote on with those people. Now, we've got to be careful, obviously, that we don't want to be seen sitting with people who we know will not clearly represent our people. So in my party room, getting my voice heard and making sure that as a First Nations woman, I'm able to get across all of the spectrum of the portfolios that my party room holds. I've given responsibility, so I've had conversations with my own team to say, if you hold the portfolio of health, you also hold the portfolio of First Nations health, and it's your responsibility. Because I can't carry that burden. I can't carry the emotional burden that it takes for me to get letter and email and complaint, Facebook message, time after time. And we are a minority party, and we are not in government. We don't have any resources to give people. So that's heartbreaking, but we have power in the way that we vote, relationships that we build, and legislation that we can bring on and conversations we can have to influence. So they're the things that I use. One of the things that I've learnt very, very quickly in Parliament is that it's not always about the loudest voice. If you're the loudest voice, sometimes your message gets lost. And people have said that to me in the speeches that I've delivered. And sometimes you need to show a bit of passion, need to show a bit of anger, right? Like, because we are angry. We're angry because we're still sitting here having the same yarn our old people were having. And that angers us. It frustrates us. And so there's times when you've got to raise your voice and you've got to slam your fist and you've got to do the things that are going to get people's attention, because otherwise it's just run of the mill, particularly in the Parliament. So my one gem is to know the times to do that, is to know when it's time for you to turn up the pressure, to put the pressure on to other people to do the things that you need to get the result that you want. So that's my gem, Janine.
Yeah, pick and choose your battles, hey? We only got so much energy.
I think your positioning is really important in all of this.
Yeah. Kat, you've worked for multinationals, internationals. You would have come across a lot of non-Indigenous people. How have you brought them along on the journey?
I think because I was born and raised in Indigenous communities, there's something that is very grounding in that. Obviously, our ancestral ties to culture, and that really fortifies your sense of knowing and who you are and where you come from. And so when I work for non-Indigenous organisations, or in the past, or when I collaborate with white organisations now, that knowing and that grounding in my culture, it enables me to never apologise for who I am and never apologise for where I've come from or what's happening in Indigenous communities. And so I also often don't lower the bar. And this is what gets me into trouble with white organisations. And it sometimes causes conflict that we have to negotiate, but I won't lower the bar because I know what our people have achieved. I know what my ancestors and my ate and aka have achieved in Cairns for our huge communities up there. I know how incredibly smart and talented and wonderfully gracious people we've come from and I've grown up with. And so I won't let non-Indigenous people paint a picture that we need help. It's the other way around. They need our help. They need our advice on how to be better people, on how to reform this country, on how to heal this country. And they won't be able to do it without us. So it's a lesson that I've carried with me always. I won't let people diminish who we are.
Yeah. I wish I had $1 for every time I've heard the problem with Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people, as opposed to, putting the focus back on the systems that have caused us such harm, and also being asked to leave your blackness at the door. And the minute you start to talk about black issues, that roll of the eyes, And that brings us to our next question from the audience, which is, how do you work with an alliance that at its core does not align with the values of mob, uses that deficit discourse, the deficit model, but you are bound to this alliance due to funding, legislation and accreditation?
Yeah, this seems to be my everyday.
I kind of wondered whether this came from a health professional,
Donna. Being involved in allied health and the sector more broadly, there's a lot of alliances that we do have to be involved in. Well, we don't have to be, but it's nice to be at the table to be the agitator. And if they don't hear from somebody else with a different lens and a different opinion, you're always going to get the standard way, right? And so this is where I get confused all the time by my assertiveness and stand and passion as the aggressive black woman. But that's okay, because part of our role, I guess, in this leadership space is to educate, but it'll also provide a different way forward and use the things that we know. As you're saying, learn from us. They need to learn from us how to be better people sometimes. And the love, that Northern and that connectedness that we have doesn't exist in that mainstream alliance space. So it's really difficult. And sometimes I talk at these alliances and it's like I'm talking a different language, and Janine will know what I mean. And then I have to check to say, I have to find safe words for you mob, not for me, for you mob, when I'm trying to explain racism and the discrimination that's actually happening right now in this room, to call them out.
The fragility.
It is, their fragility. And so funding and legislation, the funding bodies have to understand the cultural load that this brings to us as First Nations women, being in these really unsafe spaces. They also have to understand that legislation is made for mainstream and really not for us to thrive and our self-determination. But again, resistance is really important. And it's how do we find different ways to say many things to different people and build those alliances within that mainstream space that can then be your supporter. Or they say the same thing and guess what? It's a great idea because somebody else has said it. And so, you know, that strategic approach to get those messages across in that space that's really unsafe for you is really important. And there will be one or two that you can really bring with you along, you know, and gee them up to say some things that need to be said as well.
And there's safety in numbers too, HCS.
Absolutely.
Like the amount of times that I'm sitting there and I'm getting frustrated and biting my lip, and you know, if I only had a sister next to me that we could just look at each other knowingly, you know, like, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Senator.
I think for me, you know, I'm in an environment group or party, and some of the environment groups and mob that are fighting for country often come back to me and say, we can't work in their way, because they try and tell us what to do. We've been caring for this country for a long time. And when we talk about how to care for country and land management practices, and if you look across the country, the government has bound us up into co-management agreements with our mob. And it's like, what are you trying to teach us? We've been here longer than you. And so the frustration of some of those alliances when people go into those arrangements and have some of those conversations is, where is First Nations knowledges, practices and customs in all of that? And so as the science portfolio holder, I've had constant conversations with all of the science academies and peak organisations around First Nations knowledges in science at the heart of what you do. Stop adding it on. It's not a side dish, it's the main meal. And you start from that starting place.
Yeah.
But it's hard work. It is hard work. And the endurance of that as us as women, like, I don't know how many people don't know this, but under the Native Title Act, we lost our rights to water. You know, we got our land rights, but we lost our rights to water. And that's the most important thing for our birthing places, our water, sanitation of that, sea country, what it provides for some of our saltwater mob. You know, this is important yarn now that we need reform in to decolonise that space, to bring it back to the centre of what it means for us in our cultural knowledges and what Donna just talked about, the importance of that nation building. But we need to do that collectively, because it can't just be one voice.
It's a matter of valuing us, Sis. Kat?
I think I have the luxury of just leaving because I run my own business, and if things don't feel right, I'm going to feel it in my body. I usually feel it in my chest first, and when I feel that heaviness, I know if I don't get out of here, I'm going to entangle myself into something that's going to make me sick. So as soon as my body tells me this is not a healthy place for me to be, The values are not aligned in the way I originally thought they were. I made assumptions that I now realise I probably shouldn't have. This arrangement is not working. And so when I feel that in my chest, that's usually the time that I know that I have to make a tough decision and tell the organisation I'm going to exit. And I've done that recently. And it's actually very empowering. Often in the past when I was younger, I would stick around and feel obligated to stay in these environments, but not at this age, I don't.
Yeah, no. It's a matter of health and well-being, isn't it? Like there's a voice in my head that says, run now. So morning tea, I'm gone.
I was just going to say, I think the alliances that you do have to make decisions about what are you going to be involved in and what are you not going to be involved in. And I think, we're collective, so we think about what is the impact for Aboriginal, our own mob on the ground. But it's about making these non-Indigenous and mainstream providers accountable to providing what they're funded and or supposedly doing for all Australians, which includes us as First Nations. And, governments aren't calling them to account. And their other mainstream colleagues aren't calling them into account. So we have to. What are you doing for our First Nations women? What are you doing for our young girls? What are you doing for our mob out there in our communities? Because whatever it is, it's non-existent.
Yep.
So I think that's important too for your own self-care.
Now, with your permission, I'm going to ask one last question. We've got 3 minutes on the clock. How do we ensure decision makers, people high up in government, departments and CEOs, think about, and in brackets, without someone having to tell them, the impacts their decisions have on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people? So how do we ensure?
Can I start by saying we need to get more First Nations women elected all across this country. There are over 5,000 councillors, and there's plenty of room for beautiful Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women to connect with their councils, run for office, cut your teeth on politics in your local community. And that's where you're going to start to see change occurring. You can have an immediate impact at local government level. So a lot of people aren't aware of this, but there are over 200 Indigenous councillors in this country, and we don't celebrate that. We don't know that. Most of us don't know that. There are 14 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander mayors in Queensland alone. So, we are powerful people. We are super intelligent. We've cared for this country for 65,000 years. We know what we're doing. We've just been oppressed for 200 years and told that we don't have any idea. We have every idea. Because I'm really passionate about more Indigenous women in politics, I think if you really want to make a change, if you really want to see decision-making change in this country, get into politics. I originally thought the change would come through industry, through organisations, through corporates, aligning with corporates, and then I did this leadership program and I completely flipped the switch and I said, no, it's going to come from the top. Politics is the highest level of leadership you can enjoy and experience in this country, and Dorinda is a testament of how effective and how much change how much impact you can have in a short space of time. I think we all need to be in charge of this country.
This is the ever-ending question, isn't it? And settler colonial government institution in itself. This is, our decision makers. It's short-term thinking. It's not strategic, and it's like band-aids. So the impact on our people will continue. We need them to be long-term strategic thinkers. We need governments, you know, like Dorinda here, people in there saying this is not about terms, this is about the lives of people. And think about our generational thinking, you know, make decisions on generational thinking. When the good faith in your leadership as a government official or a CEO that you've embedded those ways of working in your organisation so it's sustainable decision making. But this is really hard, and you know we've got to keep resisting, I think.
I think one of the easiest things, and I want to go back to a point Donna made earlier, is about organising. Community organising and grassroots organising is the easiest way to get cut through because they're democratically elected leaders, right? And the bureaucrats that occupy that space have to go under that ministerial responsibility and talk to the minister at some point about the decision that they think they've made in the senior bureaucracy, particularly in governments. And grassroots organising is shaping, and Nova Peris is in the room here somewhere, is she? Where's sister?
There she is up there.
Nova's just done a wonderful petition about racism in the AFL, grassroots organising. And look at the impact. It's forced the AFL to now ban racists from AFL games. You know, they're now looking, changing the policy. This is the power that we can wield and the power of the media. Because I tell you, every morning at 7 a.m, my chief of staff sit in the front row, lands me a media summary, so I know what's going on in the world. Before I even get out of bed, I'm reading that because I need to know and get my head around it. The media controls everything in this country, and if we can get mob to be powerful, big shout out to Tangiora, where are you? Nada Media, mob from at the front there, Pilbara mob, who do some great work in profiling what's happening in our communities. This gets the attention of governments. All of a sudden, it's a hotbed, and they all want to be there. They all want to be up in the space, getting their face on the news, talking about the issues, talking to mob. So we have to keep doing grassroots organising. We have to make sure that those decision makers and those politicians, it's not just a cutting of the ribbon moment or coming out because there's an issue in our communities because of the youth crime. We have to get them to be coming all the time. And the way we control that is to say, we need you here and we need you now, and we be in control of that. That is true self-determination in what we're going to get in this country when we start absolutely building our nations, as Donna was talking about before.
It's a people movement. We are the only thing left standing between you and lunch. It's been my absolute pleasure to be up on stage with inspirational women. I'm sure we all have some takeaways from this panel. Can you please join me in thanking our panel again?